Chapter 2477. Suddenly, a giant hand broke through the sky and snatched the ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse painting. The entire arena was sealed off by an array formation to prevent others from interfering. Even a king-ranked martial artist would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. However, this huge hand had managed to do it. There was no need to even think about it. It could only be Yi Shiwen. "How dare you!" Ao Chaozong roared and took a step forward. His entire body rushed out, but he was still a step too slow. He could only watch as Yi Shiwen kept the ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse painting in his pocket. His heart was bleeding. Although its power could not be compared to a supreme-grade divine weapon, its value was comparable. This trick was broken by Yi Shiwen, and even the ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse diagram was taken away. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss. "I'm going to kill you," Ao Chaozong roared at Yi Shiwen. His eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. This time, he was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had just kept the ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse painting in his pocket. He had not looked at it yet. Even if it was unbearable, he knew that it was a valuable treasure. The key was whether he could decipher the martial arts in this painting. This move forced Yi Shiwen to use the Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon, to defeat it. One could imagine how powerful it was. Of course, Yi Shiwen was more interested in the mark of the ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse. If he could comprehend it for a long time, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Although it could not compare to the original ancestral dragon's Tao Discourse painting, it was enough. It was an unexpected gain. However, these benefits were for the future. Right now, he had to defeat Ao Chaozong first. Ancestral Dragon Seal. Ao Chaozong flipped his hand and formed a seal, slamming it down on Yi Shiwen. The ancestral dragon seal transformed into a ferocious dragon that swooped down from the sky. The entire sky was covered by this huge dragon entrenched in the ground. It was not Yi Shiwen's first time seeing the ancestral dragon seal. He had seen it once when he fought against Ao Chaozong, but back then it was just Ao Chaozong's clone. The ancestral dragon seal that he was able to use back then paled in comparison to the one he was using now. When Ao Chaozong's power came down, it could be said to be able to flip the heavens and earth upside down. Its might was boundless. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, remained motionless. Golden light shone brilliantly on his body. This was the first time that he had manifested other cultivation besides the cultivation of the Thunder Tao. He was like a golden Buddha walking in this world. Everywhere he went, he would enlighten the creatures of the land. He had supreme merits. This scene had thoroughly shocked the others. That was because this was the first time that Yi Shiwen had revealed any other cultivation besides the Thunder Tao magical power. Everyone was guessing if it was because he only cultivated Lightning Tao divine abilities, which was why he was able to cultivate Lightning Tao divine abilities to such an extent. This was the only way to explain everything. But now, it didn't seem like that was the case. He was still hiding his strength. He was definitely hiding his strength. It was not as simple as just the cultivation of the Thunder Tao. Yi Shiwen's magic power had yet to recover, which forced him to reveal some other cultivation. At this stage, even if his identity might be exposed, he couldn't care less. Yi Shiwen took a step forward. Then, the Thunder Battle armor appeared outside his golden body and wrapped him inside it. He slapped his palm and clashed with the ancestral dragon seal. The terrifying divine power shattered most of the space in an instant. Everything was dyed golden. At the same time, the power of the Thunder Tao turned into a shocking attack and clashed with the ancestral dragon seal. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Yi Shiwen was forced to retreat. This was the first time he was at a disadvantage since he fought against Ao Chaozong. It was different from before, when one was on the offensive and the other was on the defensive. At this moment, he really felt like he couldn't win. It's a pity. That deadly scholar's Thunder Emperor heaven-piercing cannon might be powerful, but it's obvious that it consumes a lot of energy. It's not as good as Ao Chaozong's, although the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture diagram also consumes a lot of energy. He has a copy of it. That's enough to reduce the consumption by half. Usually, it's not enough to see anything, but at the crucial moment, it's enough to see the gap. I'm afraid this gap will only get bigger and bigger. Feng Nantian said with a sigh. Feng Nantian knew what his cultivation level was. He could see it clearly with just a glance. At this moment, everyone could also see that Yi Shiwen had consumed too much energy. That move just now might be shocking, but it should have consumed most of his energy. Yi Shiwen was gasping for breath. It was just as everyone had guessed. His martial power had yet to recover. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the tyrant body as a foundation, he would have been killed by Ao Chaozong's ancestral dragon seal. Die. Ao Chaozong chased relentlessly and slammed down with another ancestral dragon seal. Yi Shiwen kept retreating and defending. It didn't take long before he was forced into a dead end. So what if you've taken my ancestral dragon's Tao lecture diagram? Once you die, everything will fall into my hands. Ao Chaozong said coldly. However, he suddenly realized that Yi Shiwen's aura had suddenly changed. It had suddenly risen by several levels. No, you were deliberately luring me to relax my attacks. Ao Chaozong immediately realized that he had fallen into Yi Shiwen's trap just now. Yi Shiwen had pretended to be exhausted to make Ao Chaozong believe that he would only need to consume a little bit of magic power to kill his opponent. But in reality, he was taking advantage of this period of time to recover. What was even more terrifying was that he had recovered to this extent in such a short time. Everyone finally reacted after being reminded by Ao Chaozong. What kind of trick did Yi Shiwen use? Let alone Ao Chaozong. Even they were also deceived, because they had never truly understood Yi Shiwen's bottom line. That was why they were deceived. The situation is about to turn. Someone exclaimed. That's right. You've guessed correctly. Unfortunately, it's too late. The power of thunder on Yi Shiwen's body instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Terrifying power erupted in an instant. He immediately launched a counterattack. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not far from it. It did not affect his combat effectiveness. Your legend should end here. It's time to end. He took a step forward and swept the Thunder Dragon halberd in his hand to fight with Ao Chaozong. You've actually recovered to your peak. It was my mistake that gave you this opportunity. Unfortunately, it's useless. Unfortunately, I have also recovered to my peak when you've recovered. Ao Chaozong said in a tit-for-tat manner. He kept waving the halberd in his hand and clashing with Yi Shiwen. Terrifying dragon energy surged out of his body. He had also recovered to his peak. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He had also raised his cultivation level to the peak, and every strike could kill a powerful expert at the peak of the undead realm. At this level, he had truly cultivated to the peak of perfection. Unless he encountered a freak like Jiren Wang, he would be invincible. He was close to the sage realm. He was only half a step away. Some of the characteristics that only belonged to the sage realm had also appeared on his body. If I kill you today, my state of mind will improve, and I'll directly break into the sage realm. So die. Ao Chaozong had already shaped Yi Shiwen as an unparalleled enemy in his mind. The advantage of doing so was that if he could kill Yi Shiwen, his mind would be liberated, and his spiritual cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, on the other hand, if one couldn't kill Yi Shiwen, then this knot in one's heart would turn into a heart devil and devour one alive. This was a cultivation method with both advantages and disadvantages. So, no one would dare to act recklessly unless they were extremely confident. Do you really think you've got me? Yi Shiwen said coldly, not showing any signs of being at a disadvantage. Ao Chaozong's iron halberd shot through the air, shattering the sky. It truly turned into a long dragon. The iron halberd in his hand was forged from the spine of a powerful dragon god who had fallen. It was very terrifying. Some Sage Realm experts could not help but change their expressions when they saw that move. That was close to the Sage Realm. Just as this long dragon took to the skies, the surroundings instantly turned into a kingdom of the dragon tribe. Countless mystical dragons soared in the skies and lived within. That's a kingdom of dragons. A divine kingdom. It's a divine kingdom. Ao Chaozong actually used a divine kingdom. Someone exclaimed, "It's really a divine kingdom that's about to take shape. Once his divine kingdom takes shape, it'll be really bad." I didn't expect his cultivation to have already reached this level. He was still hiding it before. It doesn't matter what abilities that deadly scholar has. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to fight against a divine kingdom. That's right. The only thing that can fight against a sage realm divine kingdom is the divine kingdom itself. With that, no one was optimistic about Yi Shiwen's chances. The tables had turned, and Yi Shiwen had fallen from the upper hand to the lower hand. Let's wait and see what that deadly scholar is going to do. The moment the divine kingdom appeared, Yi Shiwen felt that his entire body was surrounded by endless god rule chains. He could not see it from the outside, but he could feel that it was a divine kingdom. Even if it was a divine kingdom that had yet to take shape, it still had the power to completely suppress someone at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. Divine kingdoms were different from realms. Realms were formed by the condensation of countless laws of the world. All of the laws were still the same as the world, but the emphasis was different. Some people cultivated the way of thunder, and the laws of thunder would be especially active. However, divine kingdoms were different. It was a place that was completely controlled by the divine master. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This was not a legend. This was going to be tricky. Chapter 2478. So this is your trump card. Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn. He was surrounded by countless divine laws. He opened his eye of redemption and discovered that the rules of the arena had been modified. He could do whatever he wanted. That was the most terrifying part. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thunder and lightning rained down from Yi Shiwen's body. He opened up his own domain of thunder and lightning, and forcibly resisted against Yi Shiwen's divine kingdom. However, his domain of thunder and lightning could only cover a radius of 3 feet. The rest of the domain was completely compressed. The might of divine kingdom was too terrifying. If it was a fully formed divine kingdom, Yi Shiwen wouldn't even have the opportunity to open up his domain of thunder and lightning. It's useless. You can't shake off my divine kingdom. Ao Chaozong said coldly. The iron halberd in his hand burst into bursts of astonishing light. Yi Shiwen clearly saw that Ao Chaozong couldn't condense a divine kingdom by himself. It was likely that he borrowed the power of the iron halberd, just like how he used the ancestral dragon Tao diagram to condense a great magical power. However, it couldn't be helped. The Dragon Island had been passed down for countless years. It had all kinds of secret treasures and magical powers. This was something that others could only envy. Die. Ao Chaozong continued to expand his divine kingdom while attacking Yi Shiwen with his halberd. Everyone knew that he was truly angry. He wanted to crush Yi Shiwen to death with his supreme strength. Not only because Yi Shiwen had seized the ancestral dragon's Tao teaching diagram, but also because Ji Rinwang had beaten him up. He wanted to clear his name and take back the honor that belonged to him. I want to form a divine kingdom. No one can stop me. No one. Ao Chaozong's spiritual power was surging. The iron halberd in his hand was emitting a powerful dragon's aura. It was like a powerful divine dragon that was about to be resurrected. Yi Shiwen kept retreating and resisting. The power of the divine kingdom was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even with his strength, he felt that it was difficult to resist. However, he didn't show any signs of fear, nor did he show any emotional fluctuations. His eyes were as calm as still water without a single ripple. Within his body, the mysterious space was frantically analyzing a lot of information about this divine kingdom. This was a rare opportunity. Usually, when would a divine kingdom be presented to him so openly for him to comprehend? Although this was a very thrilling environment, it was indeed a rare opportunity. If it was a complete divine kingdom, he would have been defeated long ago. It would have been impossible for him to have the time to comprehend it. He kept retreating and defending. The entire scene was instantly under Ao Chaozong's control. I didn't expect Ao Chaozong to have such hidden strength. I couldn't tell just now. It seems like it's not that Ao Chaozong is weak, but Ji Renwang is too strong. The outcome of the battle should be decided now. No one can fight against a god nation unless they are an expert of the divine master realm. No, he actually has a flaw. Feng Nantian squinted his eyes and said, Ao Chaozong's biggest flaw is that his god kingdom is not condensed by himself. Instead, he relies on the dragon halberd in his hand. Just to maintain this god kingdom requires a huge amount of magic power. With his magic power, no matter how strong it is, he can't keep it up forever. Once it collapses, he will die. And that deadly scholar is probably waiting for this opportunity. It's just a matter of who can persist in the end. At this time, although the people outside didn't have the foresight of Feng Nantian, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Although Ao Chaozong's attacks were very fierce, Yi Shiwen was in a very difficult situation. It seemed as if he was a small boat that would be submerged in monstrous waves at any time. However, no matter how many attacks were launched, Yi Shiwen was always able to block all the attacks just in time. Although he was in a difficult situation, and many wounds had appeared on his body, but they were not fatal. Could it be that he is waiting for Ao Chaozong's spiritual power to be exhausted? That's right, this is his only chance. Some people with sharp eyes had already guessed some clues. Ao Chaozong was using the power of the entire divine kingdom to launch a surprise attack. Originally, his strength was on par with Yi Shiwen's, but he was able to beat Yi Shiwen, who was in peak condition. This was the best proof. However, he still lacked the last straw that broke the camel's back. Endless murderous intent burst out of Ao Chaozong's eyes. He quickly guessed Yi Shiwen's plan and said coldly, You want to exhaust my spiritual power? Do you think that's possible? Don't even think about it. As he spoke, Ao Chaozong flipped his palm and a golden fruit appeared. This fruit was shaped like a divine dragon, and it was about to break the seal and fly into the endless void at any time. Many people outside swallowed their saliva. Just by looking at its appearance, they could tell that it was not an ordinary treasure. Could it be the medicinal dragon fruit? Legend has it that only by soaking in endless dragon's blood can it condense into a treasure of heaven and earth. Holy sh*T, they even have such a rare fruit. The Dragon Island is really heaven-defying. Some people couldn't help but exclaim. To them, this kind of magical elixir was only seen in legends. Even Feng Nantian was a little envious. This medicinal dragon fruit's value was immeasurable. Ao Chaozong was indeed worthy of being a talent that the Dragon Island had spent a lot of effort to nurture. It could be said that he had produced all kinds of magical treasures. It should be the medicinal dragon fruit. If we have the support of the medicinal dragon fruit, this life-snatching scholar's plan will be completely in vain. Feng Nantian said with pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the medicinal dragon fruit in Ao Chaozong's hand flew up and circled above his head. Traces of medicinal power directly entered Ao Chaozong's body. He didn't even need to swallow it, and it quickly replenished the spiritual power in his body that had been exhausted. The effect of the medicinal dragon fruit was needless to say. With a medicinal dragon fruit by his side, he wouldn't have to worry about his spiritual power running out. Moreover, this medicinal dragon fruit had been preserved very well. Its roots were still intact, and it could be replanted. The consumed medicinal power could also be rapidly replenished. Its effect and value were limitless. With the replenishment of the medicinal dragon fruit, Ao Chaozong's attacks became even more unbridled. He had used all the big moves that he had been afraid of before, and Yi Shiwen found it even more difficult to resist. In the eyes of an outsider, it was a big question how long Yi Shiwen could resist. That life-snatching scholar has completely lost the ability to fight back. He can only hide at the edge of the arena and keep struggling to catch his breath. His physical body is truly terrifying. I've seen his physical body getting shattered by Ao Chaozong several times. However, it would reform in the blink of an eye. It's said that an Eternal Realm expert can recover as long as he has a single cell. However, that still requires time. I'm afraid that even an ordinary Eternal Realm expert at the peak wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. A big shot from the ancient Phoenix realm couldn't help but sigh and say, "Indeed, that life-snatching scholar is very strong. He can definitely be considered as a peerless genius. He can contend against Ao Chaozong, who is at the peak of the Eternal Realm with a cultivation of the Eternal Realm intermediate stage. He should be proud of this achievement." Everyone wasn't a fool. If they had thought that Yi Shiwen had concealed his strength at the beginning, and had only displayed the strength of the Eternal Realm intermediate stage, then they could clearly see that he was indeed at the Eternal Realm intermediate stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any signs of exploding in such a critical moment. If either of them were to suffer any damage, I'm afraid the powerful existences behind them wouldn't let it go so easily. The clash between the two geniuses will happen sooner or later. It's a pity that there's still a huge gap between Feng Zihao and those two. I thought that even if he couldn't be compared to the powerful existences like Ji Renwang, who dominated the Kurfürst Road, he would still be able to reign supreme among his peers. But now, it seems that he can't even be mentioned in the same breath as those two. The big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm didn't have any bias towards those two. After all, they weren't from their clan. Moreover, the one who emerged victorious was very likely to become the son-in-law of their clan. At this time, Yi Shiwen was constantly resisting. He was constantly blasted away by the eruption of Ao Chaozong. He looked to be in a complete mess. Ao Chaozong was indeed a formidable opponent. In fact, he was more terrifying than any of the formidable opponents that Yi Shiwen had encountered so far. He was able to condense a divine nation at the undead realm. Even if he had the help of a divine tool, it was still very astonishing. After such an intense collision, his Thunder Dragon halberd was already full of cracks. The Thunder Dragon halberd was only refined by him on the spot. Compared to the iron halberd in Ao Chaozong's hand, there was a clear gap. It was very close to a top-grade divine tool. At this rate, it was inevitable that the halberd would directly collapse. However, although he was in such a mess, the effect was excellent. He had a fundamental breakthrough in his understanding of the divine nation. Originally, he only had a superficial understanding of the nature of the divine nation. He could only understand it from the ancient books. But now, he had a deep and clear understanding of it. He was no longer confused about what the divine nation was. When he reached this stage in the future, condensing a divine nation that belonged to him would only be a matter of course. Even the universe composed of countless galaxies within his body was undergoing a transformation. This was the way that Yi Shiwen deduced some changes in the divine nation. He was constantly transforming the universe of galaxies within his body into a vast divine nation. Although it was just the beginning, it was already an extremely good start. But this is as far as it goes. Yi Shiwen deflected an attack from Ao Chaozong. The aura on his body was expanding, although he wanted to continue comprehending it so that it would be easier for him to condense a divine nation in the future. Time waited for no man. If he continued to passively take a beating like this, he would be beaten to death. Ao Chaozong's attack was like a falling mountain. He had already comprehended the most crucial part. All that was left was to deduce the other parts in preparation for him to condense a divine nation. "I'll crush your divine nation in one move," Yi Shiwen shouted. Something came out of his body. Chapter 2479. Everyone was stunned. Yi Shiwen actually said that he could destroy Ao Chaozong's divine kingdom with a single move? How was that possible? Destroying a divine kingdom with a single move? To them, this was no different from a legend. How could Yi Shiwen do it? Why don't you give it a try then? Ao Chaozong roared. At first he was shocked, but then he threw that uneasy feeling to the back of his mind. What a joke! If a divine kingdom could be destroyed so easily, it would not have become a powerful weapon for divine masters to suppress other gods below the divine master level. Something that no one could see clearly came out of Yi Shiwen's body. Vaguely, everyone could only see a giant decapitated dragon descending from the sky, crashing into Ao Chaozong's divine kingdom. As if triggering a chemical reaction, Ao Chaozong's divine kingdom, which was originally extremely tyrannical, began to crumble inch by inch in front of everyone. The dragon's soul within the iron halberd that was about to awaken seemed to have encountered something horrifying and instantly retracted. This divine kingdom was sustained by the iron halberd itself. Now that the dragon's soul within the iron halberd was scared away, the entire divine kingdom completely crumbled in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. Ao Chaozong was completely taken aback. He had never imagined that his god kingdom would actually shatter, and that it would shatter in an instant. It wasn't just a little bit, but all of it in an instant. What kind of technique is that? He could not even see clearly what was happening. All he felt was a sense of palpitation that came from the bottom of his heart, shrouding his mind in an instant. It was as if he had met the natural enemy of his species. This was unprecedented. There were many species that dared to eat dragons, such as the golden divine Ho and the golden winged roc. However, those who dared to do so were the experts of their species. On the other hand, if the experts of the dragon race wanted to take revenge, they could also kill each other. It could only be considered as a mutual predator and not a natural enemy. At the dragon race's level, there were almost no other natural enemies, and it was impossible for any creature to become the dragon race's natural enemy. However, he had such a feeling in his heart, and it was definitely not an illusion. However, he did not have time to see clearly. There was a mysterious fluctuation hidden on the decapitated dragon's body, isolating everyone from prying eyes. Whoosh! While Ao Chaozong was still in a daze, Yi Shiwen, who had destroyed the divine kingdom in an instant, had already arrived in front of him. He opened his palm, and countless lightning bolts condensed, instantly transforming into a lightning spear that pierced into Ao Chaozong's chest. Roar! With a deafening roar, Ao Chaozong's chest was pierced through, and his entire body was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. He had suffered serious injuries in this fight, and the medicinal dragon fruit on his head hadn't even had the time to fly out when it was grabbed by Yi Shiwen. He was thoroughly enraged. Although undead realm experts were known to be able to resurrect as long as a single cell still existed, and their recovery ability was extremely powerful, but in fact, the difficulty of recovery was different depending on the location of the injury. His entire heart was stabbed into minced meat by Yi Shiwen's spear, and the damage was so great that only his head exploded. What is that thing in his hand? It can actually destroy a divine kingdom? Everyone was shocked. The thing in Yi Shiwen's hand was just too mysterious, especially those who didn't have high hopes for Yi Shiwen. They felt like they had been slapped in the face. Do you think you still have the chance? The power of lightning continued to erupt from Yi Shiwen's body, and another lightning spear was formed, blasting towards Ao Chaozong. Boom! Ao Chaozong's entire body was blasted away again. Both of his trump cards had been destroyed by Yi Shiwen. He had just stood up and was about to counterattack when the terrifying lightning in the sky erupted once again. It was none other than the Thunder Emperor sky-piercing cannon. Crackle! Countless lightning bolts crackled, and in an instant the endless power of lightning came crashing down, directly blasting Ao Chaozong's body. Kaboom! The terrifying power blasted half of Ao Chaozong's body off, and he looked extremely miserable. He didn't even have time to resist or react, and this time he was severely injured again. Ao Chaozong retreated step by step, and his face revealed a look of horror. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance, nor did he have the demeanor of a peerless character. This was not the case even when he was fighting against Ji Renwang. When he was fighting against Ji Renwang, even if he was defeated, he would still think that his cultivation was far inferior to his opponent. Most importantly, he hadn't used his trump cards yet, and it was still unknown who would emerge victorious if they were to fight in the same realm in the future. But now his opponent's cultivation was lower than his, and yet he had consecutively destroyed 2 of his trump cards. He suffered heavy losses and suffered a double loss. This had cast a shadow on his invincible heart. He no longer had the same invincible confidence he had in the beginning. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you want to challenge Ji Renwang? Where's your confidence? Yi Shiwen took a step forward and rushed towards him. The medicine dragon fruit had been tamed by him and was now under his control. In a short time, he had recovered more than half of his spiritual power and launched another attack. He directly blasted a punch, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Puff! Ao Chaozong was hit by the punch, and the flesh that he had recovered with great difficulty cracked again. His whole body was sent flying, and blood sprayed everywhere in the sky. It's over. Ao Chaozong is really finished this time. Even the most reluctant person had to admit it. This deadly scholar is too terrifying. He can even destroy a divine nation. His means are more terrifying than we thought. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. This was completely different from when his clone was defeated. Previously, it was only his clone that was defeated, and it did not affect his invincible heart. But now that his real body was defeated, it had completely affected his invincible heart, and he felt despair. You can't accept this. You don't need to struggle anymore. You're destined to be a loser, and you can't beat me. Yi Shiwen attacked again, and his fist blasted Ao Chaozong, who was still flying in midair, directly to the ground. A deep crack was left on the indestructible arena, and it looked extremely ferocious. Not only did he want to defeat Ao Chaozong, but more importantly, he wanted to truly crush his confidence and destroy his room for future growth. Otherwise, if such a person passed this stage, he would become a great enemy. Being merciful to one's enemy was the greatest cruelty to oneself. How could Yi Shiwen not understand this principle? No, I can't let him continue. Feng Nantian finally decided to intervene. Ao Chaozong had lost any chance of turning the tables, but he was not willing to crush Ao Chaozong's confidence, at least not in the ancient Phoenix realm, or else he would not be able to answer to Dragon Island. He directly broke the void, grabbed Ao Chaozong, and sent him out. Yi Shiwen did not intervene. In fact, it was useless for him to intervene. A king-ranked martial artist was not someone he could interfere with right now. But it was enough. He had gained a lot from this battle. The ancestral dragons, Taoist diagram, and the medicine dragon fruit were all on the surface. Most importantly, he had gained an earth-shattering understanding of the structure of the god nation. He had gained a lot from this battle. What he used just now was the broken dragon stone. According to legend, it was a mysterious instrument that the dragon race hated the most, and it had a great restraining effect on the dragon race. Now that he had tested it, the broken dragon stone broke Ao Chaozong's god nation in almost an instant. If it was not Ao Chaozong, but Ji Renwang, he would not have chosen to use the broken dragon stone. It would have been safer to use the 10,000 technique roulette. Everything was under his control, and he had finally won. For this victory, he had put in a lot of effort and calculated a lot. The final winner of the groom search contest has been decided. He's none other than the life-stealing scholar from the martial sect. Feng Nanshan's majestic voice had just finished speaking when he saw the figure of the deadly scholar slowly changing in the center of the arena. It turned into Yi Shiwen. Feng Nanshan's eyes widened, and boundless anger rushed to his head. He had been tricked. He had been tricked. He felt his vision go black, and he felt dizzy. He had been tricked by someone, and by the same person at that. He had tried everything he could think of to block off all threats, and yet he had still succeeded. He had become the champion. At this moment, he finally knew where the uneasiness in his heart had come from. It turned out that he had miscalculated. This guy had disguised himself as someone else. Most importantly, he had not realized it at all. It was a complete humiliation, and he had been fooled by someone else. He had opened his transcendence eyes to look at the real bodies of everyone in the top 10, and he had not seen anything wrong with them, including this so-called deadly scholar. In other words, everyone had misjudged this deadly scholar. Everyone had thought that he was just a so-called genius that the martial sect had groomed. They had not expected him to be Yi Shiwen in disguise, be it that suspicious Kuan-Pong or Yi Wudi. They were all pretenses. They were all targets to attract everyone's attention. Thinking of this, he had the urge to vomit blood. Of course, Yi Shiwen had not colluded with Yi Wudi. However, from Feng Nanshan's point of view, Yi Shiwen and Yi Wudi had colluded long ago. One was to attract attention, and the other was to act in the dark. Their cooperation was flawless, and they had played everyone. It was not just Feng Nantian. Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 2480. Who is that? Could it be the original identity of the deadly scholar? Someone was stunned. He pointed at Yi Shiwen's main body and said, "Not everyone knew about Yi Shiwen's main body. Oh my God, it's Yi Shiwen. My God, the deadly scholar is Yi Shiwen." Yi Shiwen? What, he's the Yi Shiwen? Everyone was in an uproar. They were completely dumbfounded. One must know that many people had been discussing whether Yi Shiwen would come or not. But they hadn't seen Yi Shiwen appear even when the martial arts competition had begun. They were very disappointed, and some of them had even said a lot of strange words. This was like giving them a hard slap in the face, making them see stars. Oh my God, how did Yi Shiwen become so powerful in just 100 years? Someone had seen Yi Shiwen fight 100 years ago. Although Yi Shiwen had already amazed many people back then, it was only amazing. It was far from enough to shock everyone. Now that he had made consecutive breakthroughs, even Ao Chaozong, who was at the peak of the undead realm, was no match for him and was beaten up like a dog. It could be said that the legends about Yi Shiwen were merely legends. However, everyone had witnessed his strength today. There was no rumor that Yi Shiwen's cultivation in the way of lightning has been raised to such a shocking level. In other words, in order to hide his identity, Yi Shiwen could not use many of his original skills. He did not use his full strength at all, but even so, he still beat Ao Chaozong up. This is completely unimaginable. Thinking of this, the crowd was even more shocked. He did not use his full strength, but he already defeated Ao Chaozong. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if he used his full strength? They couldn't imagine how tyrannical Yi Shiwen would be if he were to use all of his means at his disposal. It really is him. Yi Wudi was originally very depressed, regretting not being able to stop this in the end. He was even thinking of ways to ruin it. He did not expect that the deadly scholar who won in the end was actually Yi Shiwen in disguise. I said he was really strange, very strange, just as I expected, Yi Wudi said while rubbing his chin. He felt very strange just now because the sentence was too smooth. His words were actually what Yi Shiwen had unintentionally instilled in him back then. But after not seeing him for so many years, he has become even stronger. As expected of a monster, Yi Wudi said. Although Yi Shiwen always envied him, in fact, he was secretly shocked by Yi Shiwen. He was not a normal person at all. It was impossible for a normal human to reach this stage, especially in such a short period of time. With his inheritance, he could only be described as a monster. Hey, if that's the case, you should have known about it long ago. Why didn't you inform me? Yi Wuti looked at Kuan Peng beside him. At that moment, Kuan Peng had already transformed to the height of a human, but it was still in its original form. If he doesn't want me to say it, I won't say it either. Kuan Peng said with a mischievous smile. He recognized Yi Wuti. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to stand next to him. There's going to be a good show. Feng Nantian knows that he has been fooled again. I'm afraid he's going to explode. Ha ha ha. Yi Wuti laughed loudly, as if he was going to watch a joke. At that moment, not only Yi Wuti, but everyone also realized this. If it was only the deadly scholar, perhaps Feng Nantian would be happy to accept it. But what about Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen, who had fought against him several times, was probably not on his list of people he would approve of. Moreover, this time, he had been fooled by Yi Shiwen in front of everyone. No one could tell that the deadly scholar was actually Yi Shiwen. One could imagine how well he had hidden it. Everyone looked at Feng Nantian, including Yi Shiwen, who was on the distant cloud platform. They were all anxiously waiting for Feng Nantian's attitude. The initiative was not in his hands. Once again, he deeply felt his powerlessness. If he was already a king-level expert, he could directly take Huang Menghan away. The winner is Hidden Valley's Yi Shiwen. Feng Nantian's voice came from the void. Many people had already guessed that Feng Nantian would not go back on his words in front of everyone. Otherwise, the ancient Phoenix realm would not have any credibility to speak of. In particular, as the new clan leader of the Phoenix clan, his prestige would suffer a heavy blow. However, he did not do anything to make things difficult for Yi Shiwen. Instead, he directly acknowledged Yi Shiwen. This also surprised many people. Many big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm also looked at Feng Nantian in surprise. Everyone knew how resolute he had been in opposing Yi Shiwen previously. Could it be that he was really going to compromise and accept Yi Shiwen for the sake of his so-called reputation? Feng Nantian stood up, turned around, and walked towards the depths of the void. Although he is not the most suitable candidate in my mind, since he has come this far, what's wrong with giving him a chance? On the thrones, many big shots looked at each other in dismay. This was because they understood that Feng Nantian did not like Yi Shiwen very much. However, he had already changed his initial opinion in his heart. Perhaps Yi Shiwen becoming the husband of the heavenly Phoenix girl wasn't a bad thing for the ancient Phoenix realm. Looking at his completely disappearing silhouette, a big shot slowly said, "Although I don't like his overbearing style, I have to admit that he is perhaps using another method to protect the ancient Phoenix realm." Many big shots couldn't help but nod in a dignified manner. Feng Nantian was different from the Phoenix King, who was loved and respected by everyone. Feng Nantian's way of doing things was overbearing. He would do anything to achieve his goals. One used virtue to win over others, while the other used force to suppress others. They had two completely different styles. Many people in the ancient Phoenix realm had different opinions about Feng Nantian's way of doing things. They weren't very convinced. Even now, many people didn't approve of his methods. However, they couldn't help but admit that he might have selfish motives. However, he was also using his own methods to protect this ancient race that had been passed down since ancient times. At this moment, everyone outside heard Feng Nantian personally admitting Yi Shiwen's identity. Everything had gone so smoothly. It was completely different from what everyone had expected. At first, everyone had thought that they would have to go through a confrontation. However, they hadn't expected Feng Nantian to give in so easily. Why did Feng Nantian give in so easily? Yi Shiwen was also somewhat puzzled. He muttered, "But it's finally over no matter what." "Menghan, I have come to find you." Chapter 2481. The marriage contest of the ancient Phoenix realm could be considered to have come to an end at this point. However, the uproar caused by this matter had just begun to ferment. Yi Shiwen had become famous after this battle. He had defeated many powerful enemies with the identity of the deadly scholar, and had finally become the champion of the marriage contest. He could be ranked among the top among the deities of the present age. On the other hand, the ancient Phoenix realm had suffered a double loss this time. They had lost a lot of face. They had originally denied the engagement between Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan, and had tried to find a new husband for Hua Menghan. However, they hadn't expected that it would be Yi Shiwen in the end. This was a serious slap in the face. It was unknown how many people were secretly looking at the ancient Phoenix realm as a joke. After all, it was still the same person. It could be said that their efforts during this period of time had been in vain. Meanwhile, even more major forces were paying attention to the possible alliance between the ancient Phoenix realm and the Hidden Valley. This made them slightly relieved. After all, an alliance with the Hidden Valley was better than an alliance between two inheritances that had produced emperor lords. The consequences of an alliance between two inheritances that had produced emperor lords would be very serious. The people of the regal sex would be in a state of panic. Especially in this era of sudden changes, many people felt uneasy. Many experts had come to participate in the marriage contest of the ancient Phoenix realm this time. However, nobody knew how many of them had secretly come with the intention of sabotaging the contest. Perhaps there weren't many who had truly come with sincerity. Many people guessed that the reason why the ancient Phoenix realm hadn't rejected Yi Shiwen in the end was that it would be more shameful. At least, Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan were sincere rather than looking for a troublemaker. Otherwise, it would be even more shameful. Moreover, the Hidden Valley wasn't the most suitable choice. However, it was an ancient regal sect that had existed for a long time. Compared to those sects that only had one regal expert, it was many times stronger. Therefore, it could be regarded as a suitable external aid. Moreover, cooperating with the Hidden Valley wouldn't prevent them from forming an alliance with other forces. It wasn't necessary to use the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden as a link for cooperation every time. However, the ancient Phoenix realm had still lost a lot of face this time. However, some people also said that the ancient Phoenix world had profited greatly. Yi Shiwen's strength and innate talent naturally didn't need to be mentioned. How many years had it been since he had confirmed his Tao? Yet he was already on par with a contemporary genius like Ao Chaozong, who had confirmed his Tao for tens of thousands of years. With such strength, he could be considered as one of the best geniuses, even if he were to be placed in the emperor's inheritance. At this time, Yi Shiwen, Yi Wudi, and little Kuan Peng were heading towards the depths of the ancient Phoenix world. Under the guidance of a demigod of the ancient Phoenix world, they went to look for Hua Menghan. Since Feng Nantian had already agreed, then there was no point in continuing to isolate the two of them. Ha! Sister-in-law will definitely be shocked when she sees us, Yi Wudi said excitedly. He had followed Yi Shiwen for a long time. He had seen a lot of things. It could be said that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth curled into a smile. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He hadn't seen her for many years. However, he wasn't as excited as he had imagined when he saw Hua Menghan again. He just stood there in a daze and remained silent. "You've lost weight." Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, Hua Menghan had become even thinner than she had been several hundred years ago. "You haven't changed." Hua Menghan looked at Yi Shiwen with a smile. It seemed as if he was always full of vigor. It seemed as if nothing in the world could stop him. He would still be like this even after 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Yi Shiwen pulled Hua Menghan's small hand and said, "I've finally done it. No one can stop us from being together now." "I knew that you could do it." Hua Menghan nodded. A ray of light flickered in her eyes. Cut the long story short. Suddenly, an old man appeared in the void. "This is?" Yi Shiwen asked. "This is my master's old subordinate, Old Shin." Hua Menghan replied. The master she was talking about was naturally her master, the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King had been in charge of the ancient Phoenix world for so many years. So it was normal for him to have some old subordinates. It was impossible for them to have died along with the Phoenix King in the God Burial Star Ocean. This old Shin wasn't a member of the Phoenix race, so he didn't have that special aura. However, his strength was unfathomable. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't see the depth of his strength. However, he had a vague feeling that he had met the Flame Lord. There was only one kind of feeling unfathomable. "Greetings, old Shin." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands in obeisance and said. Old Shin didn't say anything. In fact, it could be said that he didn't want to deal with Yi Shiwen. In fact, he didn't even want to talk to Yi Shiwen. Make it short. Time is precious, Old Shin said in an ice-cold manner. He only smiled when he was talking to Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan said with an awkward expression on her face. Then she explained everything to Yi Shiwen. It turned out that the person in front of them wasn't Hua Menghan's true self. Instead, it was just an incarnation that she had created. Her true self wasn't here. In fact, it wasn't even in the ancient Phoenix world. Instead, it was in another place. It was buried deep in the secret territory of the Heavenly Phoenix Lake. This secret territory belonged to the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. It was left behind when the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline was still in charge of the ancient Phoenix world. This secret territory belonged to the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. Only the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline could open it. However, the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline didn't have many descendants. Later on, the inheritance was severed. In fact, many people didn't even know about this secret. As a result, a lot of preparation work was needed to open this secret territory. The Phoenix King had originally been in charge of this work. However, the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline had been handed over to Old Shin before the Phoenix King had gone to the God Burial Star Ocean. The secret territory had just been sorted out and opened a few decades ago. Hua Menghan had entered it at that time. She had also left a way out. If Yi Shiwen hadn't won the championship in the end, and Hua Menghan had hidden inside to cultivate, who could have done anything to her? Unless one possessed the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, they wouldn't be able to open it and enter it. This secret territory contained the inheritance of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. It was different from the inheritance left behind in the ancient Phoenix world. It was an inheritance that belonged to the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. However, that secret territory was also isolated from everything. Hua Menghan could only project her spirit and transform it into an incarnation for a short period of time. It was impossible to continue for a long time. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but reveal a somewhat disappointed look on his face. He had painstakingly won the championship, but Hua Menghan couldn't come out to meet him. You don't have to worry. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Sister-in-law had a great adventure inside. Maybe she'll surpass you after she comes out. Ha ha ha. I've also heard of the legend of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline's secret territory. It used to be a legendary clan. Yi Wudi comforted him. Yes, don't worry. I've gained a lot inside. You must also work hard to cultivate outside. Don't lose to me when the time comes. Hua Menghan said with a sweet smile. She didn't smile much. She would only reveal such a beautiful smile when she was facing Yi Shiwen. You must be careful. Even if it's an inheritance, you can't be careless. Yi Shiwen suddenly thought of Yi Qianqian's matter. His heart tightened as he said, Don't worry. I'll be fine. Hua Menghan said. Then, her incarnation disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen. I hope that you won't tell anyone about what you've heard and seen here. I don't want anyone to know about the Heavenly Phoenix Lake's secret territory. Old Shin shot a cold glance at Yi Shiwen. His attitude didn't change because of his relationship with Hua Menghan. Senior, don't worry. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, It was a pity. However, he was relieved to know that Hua Menghan was fine. She was still receiving the inheritance and undergoing a transformation. This was the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline's secret territory. It was much better than the Death Lord's unreliable inheritance. The only thing that made him depressed was that it was over before he could explain to Huang Menghan about Yi Qianqian's matter. You're the son-in-law recognized by the Phoenix King. Feng Nantian has nothing to say this time. You did well. You didn't disappoint the Phoenix King's expectations. Old Shin said, after some time, you can ask the Hidden Valley to send someone over to propose marriage. You can get married after the young lady has come out of seclusion. However, according to the Phoenix King's decree, one of your descendants must enter the ancient Phoenix realm and continue the bloodline of the Sky Phoenix. You must agree to this condition. Old Shin's words were very tough. He didn't give Yi Shiwen any chance to regret. Yi Shiwen looked a little embarrassed. However, this matter wasn't considered too much. If he and Huang Menghan had a few children in the future, one of them could enter the ancient Phoenix domain. It would be a good choice. I won't dare to disobey. Yi Shiwen said immediately. That's good. You can go back. I'll inform you when Miss has finished her closed-door training. You can prepare for the wedding at that time. Old Shin disappeared into the void as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Shiwen and the other two looked at each other. Yi Wudi patted Old Shin's shoulder and said, Take your time. The three of them weren't in a hurry to leave the ancient Phoenix domain. They found a mountain peak in the ancient Phoenix domain. Then 2 people and a bird sat down. It's been a long time since we've sat down like this. Yi Wudi said, Haha, I heard that you've become the Heavenly Court's master now. There must be a lot of people looking for trouble with you. Yi Shiwen laughed and said, They're all people who overestimate themselves. They think that they're qualified to enter the Heavenly Court just because they have the Demon Emperor's bloodline. They're really idiots. Yi Wudi said disdainfully. Then he patted Kuan-Peng's head and said, This kid is the descendant of the Heavenly Court's Demon Master. How about you lend him to me for some time? Chapter 2482. Roar! Young Kuan-Peng roared in a low voice. He almost bit off Yi Wudi's hand. This little guy knew that Yi Wudi and Yi Shiwen were close, but he didn't know Yi Wudi was that close. Yi Wudi smiled brightly. Why are you so fierce? You just want to use his name. Yi Shiwen glanced at Yi Wudi speechlessly. As soon as Yi Wudi said that, he knew what Yi Wudi was planning. The ancient Heavenly Court declined. Not only did the Golden Crow bloodline die, but even the ancient demon master Kuan-Peng, who was on the same level as the 2 demon emperors, also died. His descendants didn't show up for a long time. Back then, demon master Kuan-Peng also had many old subordinates. These people lived in seclusion after the ancient Heavenly Court declined. Once they were united, they would be an extremely powerful force. Moreover, he had only inherited the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and he had already attracted so many people's attention. If he could pull in the descendants of the ancient Demon Master, he would be able to shut a lot of people up. A Demon Emperor's inheritance and a Demon Master's inheritance. The ancient Heavenly Court was finally starting to take shape. It was no longer an insignificant force. Don't make it sound so bad. This little guy can also be the Demon Master of the Heavenly Court. I will return the power and status of his ancestor in the Heavenly Court. You know, I also know some of the Demon Master's inheritance. If this little guy can get it, his cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Yi Wudi said. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. This was indeed an excellent choice for young Kuan-Peng. The Kurfürst Road will open in 1,000 years. I think with your personality, you will definitely go in and try, right? Yi Wudi said to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't deny it. Yi Wudi had followed him for so long, he knew him too well. With our strength, if we wait for the next time, we will definitely be able to dominate. But now it's not enough. In less than 1,000 years, I will also cultivate in seclusion and walk the path of the Demon Emperor. Yi Wudi said, If I'm not wrong, Hua Menghan must be walking the same path. Yi Wudi said, If I'm not wrong, Hua Menghan must have walked on this path. In ancient times, many powerful and invincible figures would leave behind such a legacy. They would transform their cultivation process into a secret realm, where we can enter and comprehend everything they had sensed in the past. We can even participate in the great battles they had participated in. This is a very good way to hone people. This little guy's ancestor also had such a demon master path, which is in our ancient heavenly court. If he can come out one day, he will definitely revive the prestige of the demon master bloodline and become famous in the world. Yi Shiwen knew that Yi Wudi was raising conditions. Such conditions could not be said to be not generous. For Yi Wudi to be so serious, it must be a kind of extraordinary inheritance. The young master of the Azura clan, Man Yun, whom he knew, seemed to have entered a secret realm of inheritance left behind by the Azura Emperor. In that case, it should be similar. If it was him, he would definitely agree right away. Although there was danger, riches were sought amidst danger. In this world, there was no business that was guaranteed to be profitable. If he had followed the rules, it was hard to say if he would have reached the 10,000 years realm by now. However, this matter involved the little guy himself. He didn't want to overstep his boundaries and make a decision on his behalf. You decide this yourself. I won't make a decision for you. Yi Shiwen said, This kind of inheritance should be very dangerous. He turned to Yi Wudi and asked, Yes, many people couldn't bear it and were tortured to death in there. They might even experience some bloody battles in there. Many people who can become emperors have experienced countless bloody battles. As long as they can't bear it, even once, they will die in there. However, if they can succeed, their future will be limitless. Yi Wudi didn't hide anything and said directly, So isn't Menghan in danger? Yi Shiwen asked, I don't think so. Although this kind of thing is very dangerous, the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline has been passed down for so long. They should be very experienced. At the very least, the degree of danger is much lower than ours. Yi Wudi said. Yi Shiwen was completely worried. However, it was useless for him to worry now. He could only hope that Hua Menghan could bear it. Both of them looked at the little guy. The little Kuin Peng thought carefully and said, I want to go and challenge the Demon Master Path. Good, you're a man, Yi Wudi said with a thumbs up and a carefree smile on his face. However, I have to go back and talk to my master about this. When it's done, I will go to the heavenly court to find you, said the little Kuin Peng. Yi Shiwen didn't say much. If it were him, he would also make the same choice. Naturally, he was in no position to say anything. How much do you know about the Kurfürst Road? Yi Shiwen asked Yi Wudi. He was now the master of the ancient heavenly court and had inherited the inheritance of the ancient heavenly court. Maybe he would know more about the Kurfürst Road. This time, he not only wanted to go to the Kurfürst Road, but he also wanted to go to the secret realm. It was self-evident how dangerous it was. He had to be fully prepared. Actually, we don't know much about this road because it appeared after the Second War of Resistance against the heavens. That's what the records in the heavenly court say. Yi Wudi said, after that, only a few seniors in the ancient heavenly court had tried to challenge the Kurfürst Road, so we don't know much about it. However, according to the records they left behind, there is only one comment, which is that it's strange. It gives off a very strange feeling. So after that, no one tried to challenge the Kurfürst Road again. However, I heard that some people achieved enlightenment because of the Kurfürst Road. In this aspect, the ancient heavenly court has records about it. Yi Wudi said, in total there are 8. Some have come into being and become heroes of the world, while others have always been hidden and unknown. However, none of them can escape the records of our ancient heavenly court. 8 people. No wonder those people wanted to challenge the Kurfürst Road so crazily. There were actually so many emperors. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. In the myriad of worlds, imperial monarchs were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Other than some extraordinary times, most of the time, or even every tens of thousands of years, only one imperial monarch would be born. In recent times, only the Qin emperor had attained the Tao. The difficulty and dangers involved were self-evident. The life story of any emperor who was born would become something that people talked about. It was easy to imagine people's yearning for emperors. Since ancient times, only the Qin emperor had attained the Tao. There was a rumor that the great Tao seemed to have been locked, and no one could attain the Tao anymore. Even many experienced kings who had lived for millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, were unable to pry into the imperial monarch realm. Therefore, the Kurfürst road seemed to be the only possible way to achieve enlightenment. No wonder everyone was crazy to challenge the Kurfürst road. But who on earth set up such a shocking plan? Kurfürst road. Who on earth is choosing emperors? Who is selecting emperors? Who is qualified to select emperors? Yi Shiwen asked a few questions in succession. This was also a question that had troubled countless people for countless years. But those who achieved enlightenment in the end also treated this topic as a taboo and were unwilling to talk about it. And if an emperor was unwilling to talk about it, would anyone dare to force him to talk about it? Therefore, this question had become a perennial problem. He was also shocked. No matter what the truth behind it was shocking enough. We, the ancient heavenly court, have always had people investigating this. Not just us. Even other heritages have people investigating, but there has never been any news. The only thing that can be considered a clue is that the Qin emperor also fought his way into the Kurfürst road before he attained the Tao. Although we all know that his attainment of the Tao should have nothing to do with the Kurfürst road, he might know something. However, the Qin emperor has never said anything about this, so we can only speculate. Some people say that it might be a trap, while others say that it might not be a legacy left by an invincible figure in the distant past. As for the specifics, no one knows. Yi Wudi said. Yi Shiwen was silent. Even the ancient heavenly court didn't have many records in this regard. How many secrets were hidden in the Kurfürst road? Anyway, for me, no matter what, I have to challenge the Kurfürst road. It's not for the so-called opportunity. If I want to become an emperor, I have to kill my way to the invincible. I don't want anyone's charity. Yi Wudi said firmly, but this is indeed an excellent opportunity to train. Many people can have many adventures in it, and their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Yi Shiwen nodded. Yi Wudi's thoughts coincided with his. Those who became emperors were the strongest throughout the ages, and the strongest could never be achieved by others' charity. That way his Tao would have flaws, and it would not be complete enough. Let me tell you, you'd better improve your strength quickly. I'm afraid that the world will be in chaos again, Yi Wudi said with a serious face. In our ancient heavenly court, there is a powerful figure who calculated a corner of the future. The chaotic Great Tribulation. Blood will flow like rivers, the sky will fall, and the earth will crack. It might even involve the emperor. Moreover, no one knows when this Great Tribulation will come. Maybe it will come the next moment. Don't be fooled by our glory now. That's because the major forces are afraid of us, so they won't attack us. But once the Great Tribulation comes, everyone will go crazy and search for a chance of survival. Some ancient figures can kill us with a slap. The rebellion of the remnants of the heavenly race is just the prelude to this great chaos. Everything has just begun. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Don't die without knowing why. Although Yi Shiwen had some guesses, he didn't expect it to be as serious as Yi Wudi said. Chapter 2483. Even king-level powerhouses could not protect themselves during the Great Tribulation. They had to search for a chance of survival like crazy. It might even involve the legendary Emperor Lord. Once something involved the Emperor Lord, it would be a huge matter. No one knew exactly how many secrets were hidden in this. With the power of the ancient heavenly court, even a great tribulation that spread across several worlds wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The so-called invincible tribulation referred to this kind of power. Although it couldn't be compared to when it was at its peak, it wasn't weak now. What kind of calamity could make him so afraid? Yi Wuti himself didn't know. He only saw a corner of the future and saw an extremely terrifying scene. Although a great tribulation is a great opportunity, many people can stand out in every great tribulation. The demon emperor of the ancient heavenly court had the opportunity to transcend and become an emperor in such a great tribulation. However, there are even more people who died unknowingly. Yi Wuti said seriously, "I understand." Yi Shiwen nodded. With such a serious topic, the three did not talk for long and went their separate ways. Yi Shiwen and young Kuan Peng returned to the Hidden Valley. There were still thousands of years before the Kurfürst Road opened, so they were not in a hurry. After returning to the Hidden Valley, the two also went their separate ways. Young Kuan Peng would look for the Golden Rock old ancestor to talk about this matter. Yi Shiwen also went to look for the Lord of Flames. At this time, the Lord of Flames had already received the news that Yi Shiwen had won the championship. "Well done, ha ha ha. Feng Nanshan's face must be very ugly now." The Lord of Flames laughed heartily. Obviously, he did not like Feng Nantian very much. "I didn't see him, but he probably won't be any better." Yi Shiwen was also in a very good mood. He had been stifled for hundreds of years. He could not control his own fate and had to fight for the championship with all his might. "All right, you did well this time. You will be rewarded. You don't have to worry about what happens next. We will take care of it. We will send people to the ancient Phoenix realm to propose marriage. The ancient Phoenix realm is still bigger than a horse. They are stronger than the Hidden Valley. This alliance will be very beneficial for the Hidden Valley," said the Lord of Flames. Just as the Flame Master had said, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the ancient Phoenix realm had declined, it would still be stronger than the Hidden Valley. There was no need to mention the benefits of this alliance for the Hidden Valley. "I want to enter the Kurfürst's road." Yi Shiwen did not hide anything and said directly, "What, you are going to enter the Kurfürst road?" The Lord of Flames looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. He didn't even know where he had heard about the legend of the Kurfürst road. "You have to think carefully. Even I don't have much confidence in going there. It won't be easy for you to find the so-called opportunity there. Since ancient times, many outstanding people have entered and exited the Kurfürst road. However, only a few of them managed to obtain the so-called opportunity. I've thought it through. I have my reasons for going in, but it's not for that so-called opportunity." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Since you're not going for that so-called opportunity, that's fine. That opportunity will probably gather a few of the most terrifying geniuses in the world. If you fight for it, you won't have a chance of survival. In order to fight for that opportunity, everyone will do anything." The Flame Master heaved a sigh of relief. At least Yi Shiwen wasn't stupid enough to mess around. His strength was considered not bad among the current generation. However, compared to those geniuses in the ancient times, there was no way he could be compared. "However, since you've decided to enter, you can't give up in the next 1,000 years. It just so happens that you've made a great contribution this time. There's a place that can be open to you," said the Flame Master. "What place?" asked Yi Shiwen. "It was discovered by a senior in the Hidden Valley by accident. It's an ancient road. This ancient road is very dangerous, but it's also very tough. If you want to survive in the Kurfürst road, you have to take this road. That's because the Kurfürst road might be even more terrifying than this," said the Flame Master. "I don't know who left this ancient road behind, but the only thing I can be sure of is that it seems to be a mental journey left behind by a powerhouse who has surpassed the king level. It's just that this ancient road has been opened many times since ancient times. Many peerless geniuses of the Hidden Valley have entered it. Most of them have died in it, but some have walked out alive. One of them is me. In recent years, It's been a long time since anyone has reached the standard to open this ancient road. Normally, it won't be open to the public anymore. That's because after a few more uses, this ancient road will also collapse. Yi Shiwen thought to himself. As expected, if this road had been opened before, the Flame Master would most likely be one of the top figures who walked out of it. Those who could walk out of it should all be the top figures. Now that the ancient road is about to collapse, the selection standard is much stricter than before. You're the first in all these years. Firstly, you're qualified. Secondly, it's to reward you for your great contribution to the Hidden Valley. I'll report this matter for you. However, before that, you'd better settle everything that you need to settle yourself. When the ancient road opens again, it will definitely be a few hundred years later, said the Flame Master. Thank you, Your Honor. However, Your Honor seems to meet the requirements of the Kurfürst Road. Are you not going? Asked Yi Shiwen. He was looking forward to it. If he could have the Flame Master with him, then it would undoubtedly be much safer to enter the Kurfürst Road. Me? I've already given up on the Kurfürst Road. I did venture into the Kurfürst Road in the past, but I've already given up on that unrealistic fantasy. The Flame Master laughed at himself. Even he didn't know if giving up was the right or wrong thing to do. However, he had seen too many ancient geniuses who had wasted their lives here. They could have been famous all over the world, but now they had wasted many years. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first, said Yi Shiwen. I'll come back after a month. Go. Yi Shiwen didn't stay for long. This time he would be away for a long time. It might be thousands of years. He might even die on the Kurfürst Road after that. It was an extremely dangerous place. Even someone like Yi Shiwen didn't have the confidence. He simply returned to the true martial domain. With his current cultivation, he could travel thousands of miles with a single thought. He didn't know how much more profound his martial arts had become. It only took him half an hour to return to the true martial domain from the Hidden Valley. The true martial domain didn't seem to be much different compared to a few hundred years ago. The only difference was that it had become more powerful. With the ancient books and treasures that Yi Shiwen had left behind, the true martial domain's strength had expanded very quickly. Not only had it recovered its vitality, but it had also conquered a few nearby worlds. Those ancient sects had all surrendered to the true martial domain, especially the great changes that happened a few hundred years ago. Many ancient sects that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had encountered a great disaster. Only the true martial domain had received Yi Shiwen's protection. Not only did it survive, but it had also developed greatly. Many sects could be considered to have understood the so-called gap. This was the gap. With Yi Shiwen's support, the true martial domain wasn't something that they could be compared to. In addition, the few demigods that Yi Shiwen had left behind had directly swept that part of the universe. Later, when the news of Yi Shiwen's attainment spread here, those scattered demigods didn't have the guts to attack the true martial domain. That was equivalent to finding trouble with a god. Who would have the guts to do so? More importantly, they weren't too interested in these low-level worlds in their eyes. They were only used as a transit point to head to the divine tombs. Therefore, they had developed greatly. When Yi Shiwen entered, he discovered that powerhouses of the 10,000 years realm were common. Their strength was more than a little stronger than before. Yi Shiwen had the idea of completing the laws of the true martial domain. In the past, this was an extremely difficult thing for him. However, it wasn't the case now. Not to mention that his comprehension had reached a whole new level. As long as the divine power left behind from the war was expelled, those damaged laws would naturally recover by themselves. The world also had its own self-recovery ability, so there was no need for others to worry about it. In this case, the true martial domain would undoubtedly become the well-deserved cultivation center of this universe. In the future, Yi Shiwen wouldn't even need to take action. Just by relying on the strength that the true martial domain slowly developed, it would be enough to suppress the other worlds. There was no need to conquer them. It was like the true martial domain had already become a higher level plane. If the talents of the surrounding worlds wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to go to the true martial domain. In that case, many powerful talents would automatically flow to the true martial domain, making the true martial domain even more powerful. For the true martial domain, the benefits were self-evident. However, this was just an idea. He planned to implement it after meeting his parents. For him, it wasn't difficult to complete this step. He easily found the location of the Yi clan. Currently, the Yi clan had developed into a big clan in the true martial domain because of Yi Shiwen. Although it hadn't been long since their rise, Yi Shiwen had left behind many backup plans. They weren't lacking in foundation. Under the leadership of Yi Feng, their development speed was extremely fast. Yi Shiwen's return didn't alarm too many people. He only informed his parents, especially his mother, Xia Chuanxue. She hadn't seen her son for hundreds of years. Her eyes suddenly turned red. "Brat, you didn't even come back to see us." Although she was rebuking, her tone was slowly filled with surprise. Third son is a person who does great things. How can he come back at any time? Yi Kongming couldn't help but say. However, his tone was extremely happy. Don't people who do great things need to take care of the family? Xia Chuanxue rolled her eyes at her husband and asked a question that made Yi Shiwen's scalp tingle. "You're already so old. Have you found a wife yet?" Chapter 2484. This question really made his scalp tingle. It was as if he had returned to the feeling of being urged to get married in his previous life. "Look at how old you are. You're not a child anymore. Your elder brother's great-great-grandson can run all over the place, but you still don't have a partner. What about that Hua Minghan?" Xia Chuanxue said. She still vaguely remembered about Hua Minghan. Although a long time had passed, but she and her son had been listed as the Heaven's Pride experts of Yi Yuan School. It was not easy for her to forget, not to mention she was likely to be her daughter-in-law. Well, she is now in closed-door training. Our school has already proposed marriage to the ancient Phoenix world. We should be able to get married in a few years. Yi Shiwen said. Really? That's great. Xia Chuanxue's eyes lit up and said, among her 3 children, this third child was the most capable and also the one who worried her the most. Not only did he go in and out of some extremely dangerous places all day long, but more importantly, he was still not married. No matter how old he was, in her eyes, her third child was still an underage child. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's appearance had not changed much. In the eyes of parents and elders, only after getting married could one be considered as growing up and considered as an adult. Why didn't you come back and discuss with us? Xia Chuanxue could not help but rebuke. She did not doubt the relationship between Yi Shiwen and them, but she was somewhat dissatisfied because it is a political marriage. It is mainly handled by the elders of the 2 sections. She is now in closed-door training. I don't care about it. After a while, I will also go back to closed-door training. Yi Shiwen could not help but explain, I will naturally call you all when I get married. Ah, Yi Kongming sighed. He was also a person who had been in a high position for a long time. He naturally understood what a political marriage represented. Although he did not know how powerful Yi Shiwen was, he could imagine it. But even so, Yi Shiwen still had to accept the fate of a political marriage. It was conceivable that the sex of both sides were extraordinary. Now his son was flying higher and higher like an eagle. It was no longer a level that he could reach in the past. When he was still young, he could still lend a hand. But now he had no choice but to silently support him. You came back at this time. It must be because the next thing will be very important or very dangerous. Yi Kongming said. He knew Yi Shiwen's character very well. He was like a clockwork robot. His sharpness was unparalleled. No one could stop him. He had chosen to come back before the closed-door training. It must be because the next matter was very important, or it might be very dangerous. so he decided to come back. No, Yi Shiwen didn't say much because he didn't want them to worry. It's just that I might be in closed-door training for a long time. I miss my parents, so I came back to see them. Rumor has it that you've proven your Tao and become a god. Is this true? Xia Chuanxua asked. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, he had nothing to hide from his family. This is incredible. This is incredible. My son has actually become a god. I've become a god's mother, Xia Chuanxua said with a smile. But I heard that many tens of thousands of years have passed. When you come out of the next closed-door training, your father and I might already be dead. You have to come back as soon as possible, Xia Chuanxua said with a sad expression. Lifespan was meaningless to Yi Shiwen, but it wasn't the same for them. She was no longer an ignorant woman. These years she had relied on the resources left by Yi Shiwen to cultivate to the longevity realm. With a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, it seemed that the future was still very long. But no matter how long it was, it could be compared to the gods. At that time, they would still have to experience life and death. Thinking of this, she also felt a little sad. All right, what's the point of saying this in front of San Air? Everyone will die one day. We are not gods. We will die eventually. There's nothing much to say about this. Yi Kongming was open-minded and didn't want his wife to continue to be sad. Yi Shiwen just smiled and said, if it was in the past, he would indeed be worried about this problem. But now he had another choice. Father, mother, don't worry. I have a way, Yi Shiwen said. What way? San Air, don't take the risk. If your mother and I die, then so be it. It's nothing. You can't risk yourself like this, Yi Kongming immediately said with vigilance. As his cultivation increased, his vision also increased. Naturally, he was very clear about the matters of the legendary gods. Without achieving Tao, the human race would at most die for tens of thousands of years. There were some strange methods that might allow them to survive until the future generations. But obviously they were not normal methods, and they were not what he wanted. Don't worry, Father. I have already thought of it. In the realm of gods, there is a realm that can condense a divine kingdom. And in the divine kingdom, I can enlighten the Holy Spirits. These Holy Spirits are no different from when they were alive. They can cultivate and can live forever. Unless I die, otherwise these Holy Spirits will not die, Yi Shiwen said. This was the solution he had thought of. He had been worrying about this problem for a very long time, and he had even thought about whether he should forcefully enlighten everyone to prove his Tao. However, even an imperial emperor couldn't do this, let alone him. So he found such a method after consulting the ancient books. However, this was the way of cultivation of the power of faith. He usually did not practice it, so he had very little contact with it. He only learned about it later. As long as he cultivated to the divine Lord realm, then he could enlighten his parents, brothers, sisters, and others into Holy Spirits. This kind of Holy Spirit was different from ordinary heroic spirits. They had independent consciousness and a powerful body. They could also cultivate by themselves. It was not impossible for Holy Spirits to achieve Tao. To enlighten a heroic spirit was only a matter of a thought. However, it was not easy to enlighten a Holy Spirit. It was equivalent to recreating a normal and complete life. This kind of thing could only be done by an emperor. The Divine Lord could only do it through trickery. They also had to pay a huge price. Therefore, the general gods would be very careful when enlightening a Holy Spirit. They would not enlighten them casually. However, for him, as long as he could make these relatives live forever, it was not a problem to pay a big price. He didn't need to think much about the things that ordinary people needed to consider. The only thing he needed to do was to deduce the cultivation to the divine Lord realm. Fortunately, his parents were not older than him by a few hundred years, so they still had thousands of years to carry out this matter. However, he didn't need to worry about it. His parents would live forever unless he died, and his divine kingdom would collapse. So it would be best if they could achieve Tao in a long period of time. That should be very difficult. I have indeed read in the ancient books that it would consume a lot of energy to enlighten a Holy Spirit, Yi Kongming said. He had a flash of inspiration. He recalled that this matter had been mentioned in some information that he had read before. Let's not do it if that's the case. Xia Chuanxue promptly shook her head as she heard this. She didn't want to become an obstacle to her son. Moreover, she didn't want to drag Yi Xuan down because of this. Father, mother, can the price be greater than losing you? Don't worry, I'm ready. Now, I'm very close to that realm. As long as I'm given some time, I can reach that realm, Yi Xuan said confidently. Although he was now only at the Eternal Realm middle stage, it was not very difficult to cultivate to the Eternal Realm late stage or even the peak. If not, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the masters at the peak of the Eternal Realm. What he was pursuing now was to deduce the combat power to the level of the Divine Lord of the Sage Realm while improving the realm. At that time, even if he faced the Divine Lord, he wouldn't have to worry. Yi Kongming didn't say much, but he was very clear that the stronger his son was, the more danger he would face. It was not because of the strength that the danger would be less. He had also heard that the masters of Tao confirmation would only make a small step forward after 10,000 years. Yi Xuan could progress to this point in just a few hundred years. He must have been continuously sharpened and had many fortuitous encounters. This kind of fortuitous encounter was bound to be accompanied by endless danger. Well, it's rare for my son to come back. Don't talk about these unhappy things. I'm still waiting to drink San Er's wedding wine. I want to be a grandmother and hold a grandson, Xia Chuanxue said excitedly. She was now putting aside everything. She only thought that San Er's marriage, which she had been worried about for hundreds of years, was finally finalized. She was happy. Although it was not the first time she was a grandmother, her heart was like the first time she heard the news. I'm going to call your eldest brother and second sister back, Xia Chuanxue said with a smile. She immediately went out of the courtyard and went to find Yi Feng and Yi Ruxue. The two families came to reunite. Yi Xuan rarely came back. No matter what they were doing, she had to drag them all back. Although she was also a famous master of the true martial domain, at this time she was no different from an ordinary mother. After Xia Chuanxue left, Yi Kongming was silent for a while and asked, San Er, tell me honestly, is this trip very dangerous? Yi Xuan saw that his father seemed to be aware of it. He just didn't want to ask in front of his mother. Yi Xuan nodded and didn't hide it. He briefly talked about his own things over the years. Although those dangerous parts had been omitted as much as possible, Yi Kongming could still imagine what kind of danger it would be at that time. I can't help you with these things now. You can only rely on yourself. Yi Kongming sighed and said, what Yi Xuan said was more dangerous than he had imagined. But in the future, you have to think twice before you do anything. Don't try to be brave. It's important to save your own life. If there is a chance in the future, bring Yi Qianqian back and let me and your mother see her. Yi Xuan nodded. San Er, you're back. The voice of the second sister came from outside the courtyard. It hadn't changed for hundreds of years. Chapter 2485. Yi Xuan returned quietly without alerting anyone. Other than the Yi family, many acquaintances had already left. Huang Wuji and the others had also left for the ancient desolation. Huang Wuji was no longer the supreme schoolmaster of the true martial school since decades ago. There weren't many acquaintances here anymore. Compared to the true martial domain, the ancient desolation was undoubtedly more suitable for their development. Besides, with Yi Xuan's influence in the ancient desolation, it would be easier for them to develop. Since that was the case, Yi Xuan didn't bother to alert anyone. Besides, he would only be back for a month. But soon, a series of events shocked the people of the true martial domain. Many experts of the true martial school, who were originally stuck in the transcendent realm, had all broken through overnight. Moreover, they had broken through several realms. It seemed that the factor that was originally stuck in the realm had suddenly disappeared and no longer existed. Although Huang Wuji and the others had already surpassed the transcendent realm, that was with Yi Shiwen's help. It wasn't something that they could surpass on their own. After Yi Shiwen left, there was no such opportunity anymore. Now it was different. Now that they had broken through on their own, this matter quickly shocked the entire true martial domain. The situation of many transcendent realm experts breaking through together was too shocking. Could it be that the broken laws have been repaired? Now that the laws of the true martial domain and other worlds were broken, it caused them to be unable to break through. This matter was no longer a secret. However, when it came to matters like the broken laws of the world, it wasn't something that they could solve. Hence, some people followed Huang Wuji and left. The remaining people were also those old guys who had no hope of breaking through. These people all broke through overnight. The feeling that was suppressing them and the shackles that were strangling their necks were all broken overnight. Many people could feel that the laws of cultivation had been completely filled, giving them the ability to start cultivating. Overnight, everyone went crazy. Many of these people were veteran warriors who had cultivated for thousands of years. The depth of their accumulation was unimaginable. In just one night, all of them had broken through. Everyone was curious. Why were the laws that had been broken for tens of thousands of years suddenly repaired? There were no bottlenecks, all of a sudden. In just a month's time, this news spread throughout the true martial domain's universe region. The transcendent realm experts of other worlds were also shocked. One after another, they tried to sense the complete principles. Many people reacted in an instant. Perhaps the true martial domain would be the ruler of this universe from now on. It wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't rely on their strength to suppress others. On the contrary, everyone would ask the true martial domain for help in the future. And the true martial domain would naturally become the leader. Some people were tempted to attack the true martial world and seize it. They couldn't allow the true martial university to monopolize it. However, they quickly dispelled this idea. Yi Shiwen might not be here, but the demigod that he had subdued was still here. So, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sweep through this universe. Yi Shiwen was here. At this time, no one knew that Yi Shiwen had come and gone. Only the people of Yi clan vaguely knew some secrets. After he had left, this news slowly spread out. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had come back. Moreover, he had done a great deed of merit. Many of the older generation experts were so excited that tears streamed down their cheeks. In the true martial domain, no one had been able to break through to the transcendent realm for many years. Moreover, they were able to break through consecutively in such a short period of time. Some of them even broke through to the law manifestation realm. Other than the fact that their foundations and accumulations were extremely deep, the laws were the most active when they were repaired. Only then would they be able to sense the changes in the laws and evolve. Yi Shiwen was already a legend in the true martial domain. After today, his legend had become even more prominent. The legend of him becoming a god had become a matter of fact. Other than the gods, no one in this world would be able to do it. However, they didn't know that becoming a god didn't mean that one would be able to do it. Ordinary immortal realm experts wouldn't be able to do it. As a result, the Yi family had become a god family in many people's eyes. Many people were in awe of the Yi family, not to mention the Yi family's deep foundation. Even Yi Shiwen, who hadn't appeared for a long time, was feared by everyone. At this time, Yi Shiwen naturally did not know what everyone was thinking. He had already returned to the Hidden Valley. At this time, after a month of reporting and discussion, the titled kings who were in charge of the Hidden Valley had finally agreed to open that ancient path for Yi Shiwen. "You're finally back." The Lord of Flames saw Yi Shiwen as soon as he returned. "The Supreme Elders have agreed to let you use the ancient road. I'll open it for you." "Thank you." Under the Lord of Flames' guidance, Yi Shiwen entered the depths of the blood prison. The entrance to the ancient road was located in the depths of the blood prison. After listening to the Lord of Flames' explanation, Yi Shiwen found out that the formation of the blood prison was closely related to the ancient road. The two of them arrived at the end of the blood prison. Along the way, they encountered many ancient existences. Yi Shiwen's divine telekinesis directly swept out. It was his first time seeing the situation inside the blood prison. Yi Shiwen had long known that there might be deities inside the blood prison. He had only been able to wander around the periphery of the blood prison when he was still a demigod. However, he still felt slightly apprehensive when he sensed the many ancient deities that were in deep slumber. When they arrived at the end of the blood prison, there were still a few unfathomable old antiques hiding. Although Yi Shiwen couldn't see them, he could feel their existence. Why did the Lord of Flames bring someone here again? Could it be that someone has fulfilled the basic conditions to open the ancient road? That's not easy. In this era, there's actually someone who meets the harsh requirements. This is also a good thing. It means that our hidden valley has a successor. Powerful geniuses are emerging one after another. This is a good thing. At the end of the blood prison was a sea of blood. It was an endless sea of blood. However, it didn't have the fishy smell of ordinary blood. On the contrary, there was a faint fragrance wafting in the air. The formation of the entire blood prison had slowly expanded from this sea of blood. Just this sea of blood was equivalent to the size of the true martial world. Therefore, it was hard to tell how huge the blood prison would be after it had expanded from the sea of blood. However, the closer they got to the sea of blood, the more they could feel an unprecedented pressure crushing down on them. Even the Lord of Flames seemed to feel this kind of pressure. His figure wasn't as natural as it was at the beginning. However, when he looked at Yi Shiwen, he was a little surprised. Yi Shiwen wasn't affected at all. Could it be that he had some treasure on him that could resist this pressure? This was because only the king-level powerhouses were unaffected by this blood sea. They could freely enter and exit this blood sea. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between Yi Shiwen and the king-level powerhouses. So, there must be some other reason for this. Yi Shiwen also felt strange in his heart. When he had just entered the blood sea, he had indeed felt an extremely strong, repulsive force. But soon, the heart of the blood realm in his body began to emit a kind of blood-red light. It protected him within it, so that he was not affected by this coercion. The Lord of Flames pinched a seal. The originally calm sea of blood started to churn violently. In the sky, huge waves that were thousands of meters tall appeared. Then, the surface of the entire sea of blood seemed to have been split apart by a pair of huge hands. A path was forcefully created, a path that led to the depths of the sea of blood. Let's go in quickly. My spiritual power can't hold on for long, said the Lord of Flames solemnly. Yi Shiwen was shocked. With the strength of the Lord of Flames, breaking a world was something that could be done in minutes. Yet he actually said that the sea of blood couldn't hold on for long. To him, this was undoubtedly a shock. The Lord of Flames led the way. The two of them quickly penetrated through the sea of blood. The entire sea of blood was tens of thousands of kilometers deep. If it was anyone else, it would take God knows how long to dive down. When they reached the bottom of the sea of blood, Yi Shiwen realized that it was a blood-colored land. It was as if it was soaked in blood. There was a spirit array at the bottom of the sea. Looking at the spirit array, Yi Shiwen could tell that it was a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array was far more complicated than any teleportation array that he had encountered before. He actually couldn't see through it. He could barely tell that it was just a teleportation array. This teleportation array is the teleportation array that opens the ancient road, said the Lord of Flames. I will open this teleportation array next. You will be teleported there directly. I hope that the next time I open it, I will be able to see you walk out alive. The Lord of Flames was serious. He wasn't just casually giving instructions. He had been to this ancient road before. Therefore, he was very clear about how dangerous this ancient road was. "And I will." Yi Shiwen nodded. "Before you go in, I will give you a gift. If you have the guts to use it inside, then go ahead." The Lord of Flames flipped his palm and a soft vest appeared. The color was ugly, and it was completely black. The design was also very rough. It looked just like a vest without any decorations. "This is—" Yi Shiwen took the vest. Initially, he didn't care much about it. However, he instantly felt the weight of this vest. So heavy. Yi Shiwen's current strength was extremely strong. However, this vest still made him feel heavy. It was even heavier than the ancient god mountain. "This is," asked Yi Shiwen. "This is a cultivation vest. In ancient times, the Almighty used it to cultivate. It can adjust the weight as you wish and seal your strength." The Lord of Flames looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a faint smile. Chapter 2486. Yi Shiwen finally understood what the Lord of Flames meant when he said to use it inside if he had the guts. If he wore this cultivation armor, his strength would be sealed. This ancient road was already filled with danger. Needless to say, he was simply courting death. "Thank you, Your Honor." Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and kept the cultivation armor. This wasn't a simple armor. It meant that he had taken on a certain kind of danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. After a few hundred years, I believe that you will be reborn. The Lord of Flames nodded his head in satisfaction. One had to know that this cultivation armor looked like it was made casually on the streets. However, how could it be an ordinary armor that could seal the strength of a deity? It wasn't a divine tool, but it was more precious and powerful than many divine tools. Even the materials were very rare. Therefore, ordinary people didn't have the opportunity to wear the cultivation armor. It was enough for Yi Shiwen to understand the deeper meaning behind it. "All right, I'll activate the formation. You can go by yourself." The Lord of Flames formed a complicated hand seal. The entire formation started to emit a shocking light. Yi Shiwen knew that the formation had been activated. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the formation. Swoosh! His body was instantly teleported away. "You must come back alive." The Flame Sovereign spoke slowly. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to send him on this path. This was because since ancient times, from the moment this path was discovered, countless people had died on this path. At the start, it was open to the public on a large scale. Later on, the few titled kings were forced to turn this place into a training ground for the strongest geniuses. This was also to prevent other insignificant deaths and injuries. Yi Shiwen's vision turned black. Before he had time to think about it, he had already arrived in a blood-red world. It was barren and desolate. It felt like he was in a blood prison. "This is the ancient road." Yi Shiwen looked around. This world was very wide. The blood in the sky was very dense. It was more than 10 times denser than in the blood prison. What kind of environment would breed what kind of people? The more abundant the energy, the stronger the creatures that could be bred. As the saying goes, great men and great places are blessed. In the blood prison, there were many powerful beings comparable to gods. Although they could not comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and live forever like gods, their lifespans were still very long. Moreover, their innate divine abilities even surpassed many gods. This kind of powerful sentient life form didn't understand the Tao, didn't cultivate in magic, and only used brute force to be fierce. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the free and unfettered deities in this world, but it couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the blood energy here was more than 10 times denser than in the blood prison. There might really be extremely ferocious existences here. He looked at the cultivation vest in his hand. Did he need to wear a cultivation vest in a place like this? After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Without enough tempering, How could he make enough progress in a mere 1,000 years? 1,000 years was too short for a god. Yi Shiwen directly put on the cultivation vest and instantly felt his body sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. His spiritual force entered the avatar, and he immediately understood all the mysteries of the avatar. He injected his spiritual power into it, and the cultivation vest immediately began to activate. He suddenly felt the pressure on his body increasing, and soon his strength was constantly suppressed. He could feel that his combat power was also declining at an alarming rate. Undead Realm Peak. Undead Realm Late Stage. Undead Realm Middle Stage. Undead Realm Early Stage. His combat power instantly fell from the Undead Realm Peak to the Undead Realm Early Stage. The ability that he could exert was greatly limited. Even if Yi Shiwen's strength didn't come from his gilded tyrant form, the ratio of strength decline would be even more exaggerated. Moreover, this avatar also needed him to input spiritual power at any time and place to maintain it. His original majestic spiritual power was reduced by half in one breath. It was not much more than a normal person, let alone compared to his peak. In this way, he could not use many big moves in the future. Even if he used it, the power would plummet. It really is an all-round suppression of strength. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, but his expression became more firm. He immediately took a step forward and flew forward. Although his strength was very severely suppressed, he still had the combat power of the Undead Realm Early Stage. With one stride, he crossed a huge mountain range at an extremely fast speed. He was like a savage running. Roar! There was a loud roar. Yi Shiwen had just landed in the mountain range behind him, and a huge, violent ape sprang out of it. It turned into a mass of bloodlight and chased after him on the spot. Boom! This violent ape blasted out a punch, and a loud roar accompanied by endless waves of blood washed over. An unparalleled fist energy swept out and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen's head. Yi Shiwen immediately turned around and was blasted in the chest on the spot. His whole body flew out upside down. Although he had already reacted very early, his body could not keep up with the reaction speed at all. His body was like a star hanging on it, and all the gravity fell on his body, making his speed slow down. Damn beast! Yi Shiwen's body flew out upside down like a meteor. That violent ape strode like a meteor and unexpectedly chased after him in midair, stomping down on him. It wanted to trample Yi Shiwen to death in midair. Yi Shiwen often used this trick against people, but he did not expect that it would also be used. Bang! It was not that Yi Shiwen did not want to resist, but the speed was too fast. He only had enough time to put his hands on his chest to protect it, and that foot stomped down on him. The terrifying power actually broke his arm. He directly smashed into the ground, and a huge crack appeared. Damn, it's even more ferocious than Yuan Hong. Yi Shiwen had not experienced such a fierce battle for a long time. With the strength of his gilded tyrant form, there were very few people who could suppress him to this extent. Even those who were at a higher level than him would be beaten to death on the spot. Now his gilded tyrant form was also suppressed by the cultivation vest, and now he could only face it head-on. Roar! In the sky, that violent ape grinned and directly trampled down its foot. It let out a strange cry and wanted to tear Yi Shiwen alive. This trick again, beast. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Shiwen roared, and his hands instantly recovered at lightning speed. He then grabbed the trampling foot and threw it away. Whoosh! This violent ape was thrown out like a meteor and fiercely crashed into a series of mountains, sweeping out a huge crack. Yi Shiwen did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. He was constantly panting, and blood flowed down from his arm, and the wound gradually healed. Even his phoenix regeneration technique was suppressed by the cultivation vest. Otherwise, this level of injury could be healed in an instant. In the twinkling of an eye, the violent ape's figure disappeared again and directly attacked. Fast to the point of inconceivable. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He did not just use his body, but also added the flickering thunderstep, and his figure instantly transcended. His whole body rushed out and collided with the violent ape. Boom! 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 In an instant, they collided hundreds and thousands of times. Both sides flew out upside down, and blood splashed out from their bodies. That violent ape's entire arm was blasted on the spot, and it was the first to be unable to withstand the bombardment of countless high-frequency attacks. And Yi Shiwen's arm also had cracks, and one could imagine the intensity of such a battle. However, in the end, Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form was stronger. At this time, Yi Shiwen could not care about anything else. Let's kill this beast first before we talk. Bang! He suddenly stepped on the ground, and his figure leaped out like a rocket and directly hit the violent ape's body. The violent ape had not yet stood firm and was sent flying. This violent ape was not a god, and it did not have the magical power to instantly restore its arm that had been blasted into pieces by Yi Shiwen. It screamed, and its body almost exploded in midair. Now, it's my turn to return it to you, Yi Shiwen said, and his figure flashed. His whole body directly flew into the sky and fiercely trampled down. Bang! Another loud sound was heard, and the violent ape's body was directly torn apart in the air, and it exploded on the spot, and it screamed again and again. Huff! Huff! Yi Shiwen couldn't help but gasp for breath after smashing this violent ape. Originally, this level of battle could not affect him, but it was different now. His cultivation was completely restricted by the cultivation vest, and even dealing with such a violent ape had injured him. Even in the God Burial Star Ocean, it was unlikely that something like this would happen. However, even if his cultivation was restricted, this violent ape was still very powerful, or it would not be able to do this. After a while, Yi Shiwen's injuries were almost healed. He finally let out a breath of turbid air. This is the only way to cultivate meaningful. He looked towards the depths of the ancient road. According to what the Flame Lord had told him previously, the real test of this ancient road was not here, but in the middle of the ancient road. There were 9 powerful tests, and since ancient times, no one had been able to pass all 9 of them at once. No matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to pass all of them at once, because there would be existences that were similar or even more powerful than one's own strength. Therefore, whether one's strength was strong or not was meaningless there. Only by having strength that surpassed one's own realm could one go very far, and finally pass all 9 tests. However, it was said that no one had been able to do it since ancient times. Yi Shiwen's target was there, and he still had to pass through layers of dangers. Let's go! He shouted, and his whole body crossed the void like a meteor. Chapter 2487. In the blood-red sky, a figure was constantly shuttling back and forth. In the entire blood-red sky, there was a powerful blood rock flying. It looked like a golden-winged rock, but its whole body was blood-red and it had infinite power. However, they could not stop this figure from constantly rushing and killing. It was difficult for these people to really hurt this figure. This figure was none other than Yi Shiwen. He kept rushing and killing. After a while, a blood rock was torn apart by his hand and turned into a cloud of blood mist. These blood rock looked very terrifying, but they could not stop Yi Shiwen at all. They were directly killed by him in groups. He had been on this ancient road for over 100 years. For a deity, 100 years of seclusion was like taking a short nap. However, if he used this time to fight, it would be a completely different story. Almost every minute and second was very long. It was a kind of torture. Especially at the beginning, it was simply a kind of torture. His strength was suppressed to the early stage of the undead realm, and he could not fully exert a lot of his strength. When he encountered a powerful, fierce beast, he could only choose to flee. He even escaped from death several times. It was very terrifying. Even so, he did not let go of the cultivation vest. The effect of the cultivation vest was also very significant. Originally, Yi Shiwen thought that he could not improve anymore. His combat power had almost climbed to the peak of the undead realm, and no one could resist him. However, in the short span of 100 years, his thoughts had been subverted. During these 100 years, he could feel himself growing stronger every minute and every second. He did not know if it was because his cultivation had been suppressed by the cultivation vest, but the bottleneck that he could no longer improve could no longer affect him. He was still improving, still moving forward. After fighting for a while, these Bloodrock finally became afraid and flew into the distance. Yi Shiwen did not chase after them. If it was 100 years ago, he could only run away when he encountered these Bloodrock. How could he easily rush and kill like now? In the past 100 years, his strength growth could be imagined. What a powerful, murderous aura! At this moment, a powerful, murderous aura rushed out from the void. Roar! A gigantic roar of a demonic beast came from afar. The roar was oppressive and made people want to vomit blood. They felt a surge of energy in their chests. In the distance, a formidable, ominous beast strode over and directly arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. It was a formidable, blood-red liger beast with the head of a lion and the body of a tiger. This strange appearance was perfectly unified on its body. Lion, tiger, beast, Yi Shiwen calmly said. This was a blood beast at the middle stage of the undead realm. It was very powerful. Over the past few decades, the two of them had fought many times. Even Yi Shiwen had escaped from death several times because of it. This lion-tiger beast had a powerful aura. Countless amounts of blood chi were condensing, and there seemed to be an astonishing scene of the rising sun and setting moon constantly evolving behind it. Human, you're here again, the lion-tiger beast said coldly. In the past few decades, this damned human had intruded into its territory time and time again, constantly provoking its dignity. This time, don't even think about walking out alive. The lion-tiger beast's voice was incomparably deep, and it gave people the urge to vomit blood. It could also feel that Yi Shiwen's blood chi was very rich. Devouring this human god, for it was self-evident that the benefits were self-evident. It could allow it to go further and break through to a more powerful realm. Although they did not cultivate and did not understand the Tao, it did not mean that they did not cultivate. This time, it's hard to say who wants to escape. Yi Shiwen's eyes sharpened. Last time, you grabbed half of my body. Do you think I will come here without any preparation? The last time he came to challenge the lion-tiger beast, in the end, half of his body was grabbed by the lion-tiger beast. It could be said that it was a deep memory. After that time, he had to recuperate for a long time to fully recover. For the undead realm gods, although they had the ability to fully recover as long as they had one cell, it was not without cost. In the past, Yi Shiwen had never suffered such serious injuries. Half of his body was gone, and it could be said that it was a heavy loss. Last time, I only swallowed half of your body, and it made a great progress in my cultivation. This time, I will swallow you together with your godhead. In that case, I want to see if you can still be reborn. The lion-tiger beast said coldly, boasting shamelessly, if you can, then you can try. Yi Shiwen said coldly. How could he not know how powerful this lion-tiger beast was? However, just like what he said, he was fully prepared before coming here. Even if I am wearing a cultivation vest, it is enough to kill you. Yi Shiwen instantly attacked and slapped out. The big hand suddenly rose against the wind and became bigger and bigger. It was burning with Nanming Li fire and directly grabbed towards the lion-tiger beast. This kind of fire, under Yi Shiwen's years of cultivation, was even more powerful than many experts of the Phoenix clan. It was a powerful fire that could burn undead realm experts alive. Roar! This lion-tiger beast was even more astonishing. It roared loudly, and the terrifying sound waves caused countless fluctuations of blood energy in the sky. These fluctuations formed a monstrous wave and directly annihilated the Nanming Li fire on Yi Shiwen's palm. Even Yi Shiwen's claw attack was completely destroyed. But at this time, the lion-tiger beast finally moved and clawed towards Yi Shiwen. The claw transformed into a sharp ray of light, just like a sharp sword, and it seemed as if it was going to cut open the world. You are much stronger than the last time we met. It seems that swallowing half of my body has greatly improved your strength. Yi Shiwen's expression was abnormally cold, and the thunder dragon halberd appeared in his hand and instantly slashed out. In an instant, the two sides directly collided. Bang! A loud roar sounded, and the lion-tiger beast attack was stopped. Its claw and the thunder dragon halberd directly collided, and a sound of metal colliding was heard. However, the attack had just begun, and Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd unexpectedly erupted with endless power of thunder. This power of thunder directly condensed into a thunder dragon, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards the lion-tiger beast on the spot. The lion-tiger beast's reaction was not slow, and it directly took a step forward, and its body turned into a mass of blood light and instantly appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A powerful blood chi erupted from its body and destroyed the power of thunder that had jumped on its body in an instant. How is it this is just the beginning? Yi Shiwen said, Now, I will show you my current progress. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his whole body turned into a mass of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding also turned into a world of thunder and lightning. Die for me! In the mass of thunder and lightning, Yi Shiwen's palm turned down and turned into a sky flipping seal, and as if the sky had turned upside down, it slapped towards the lion-tiger beast. It seems that I have underestimated you, but you are not the only one who has made progress in the past few years. The lion-tiger beast's body suddenly stood up, and the bloody light on its body instantly turned into a sharp sword and soared into the sky. This was its innate magical power. Although it was in the form of a beast, in fact, all kinds of attacks. It was like a sword master and very terrifying. Boom! It was another even more shocking collision, and the momentum of both sides seemed to be completely boosted, and the killing became more and more intense. Clang! 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 There was a loud clanging sound, and the blood chi on the lion-tiger beast's body instantly turned into a sharp sword and enveloped Yi Shiwen. Such a sword cultivation was enough to make many sword gods feel ashamed. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the law of sword could also be said to have reached a kind of extreme. Only at this level, and you want to deal with me? Yi Shiwen attacked left and right, and each of his punches and kicks could burst a sword energy. It's useless falling into my blood-killing array. Even the great Luo immortals can forget about escaping. The lion-tiger beast's face revealed a somewhat sinister smile, and it looked very strange. Really? Yi Shiwen laughed out loud, and his hand pinched a complicated seal. I already told you that I'm different from before. Do you still think that I'm a fish on your chopping board? Thunder Emperor Heavenly Cannon. He suddenly patted with one hand, and the infinite power of thunder continued to condense in his hand, setting off monstrous fluctuations, and directly formed a terrifying cannon barrel and bombarded. Boom! The sword formation that was condensed by the infinite blood chi-killing swords was destroyed on the spot, and the terrifying energy still bombarded the lion-tiger beast's body at an astonishing speed. Bang! The lion-tiger beast's body was bombarded into a bloody mess, and its entire body flew out on the spot. Roar! The lion-tiger beast roared, and its entire body fell to the ground. Yi Shiwen sneered. It wasn't that he didn't do anything for more than 100 years, because most of his spiritual power had been devoured by the cultivation avatar, and this forced him to modify some of his moves to the extent that they could withstand his current spiritual power. The Lightning Emperor's sky-piercing cannon with one hand was the greatest achievement. The Lightning Emperor's sky-piercing cannon with one hand did not require a long period of preparation. Most importantly, the consumption of magic power was greatly reduced. Of course, its power would definitely decrease by a lot. However, In terms of practicality, it was much more practical than the complete version. Hans seal. Yi Shiwen stepped out, and his hand transformed into an ancient divine mountain and pressed down. Boom! The lion-tiger beast couldn't dodge in time and was bombarded. It was almost smashed into meat paste by Yi Shiwen's Hans seal. When Yi Shiwen attacked again, the lion-tiger beast burned the blood pill in its body and escaped from his hand. It was panting in the distance and looked at Yi Shiwen vigilantly. It was in a sorry state and no longer had its previous, insufferably arrogant appearance. Chapter 2488. There was still endless horror in his eyes. He seemed to be completely unable to understand how this human god in front of him could have such an amazing breakthrough in less than 100 years. A few decades ago, he was still chased all over the world by him and almost lost half his life. But now he actually had enough strength to compete with him. No, even more tyrannical strength than him. Yi Shiwen grinned and looked at the lion-tiger beast. He sneered. If it were not for the restriction of the cultivation vest, it would not be difficult to deal with this lion-tiger beast. However, this lion-tiger beast was indeed tyrannical. Compared to the middle-stage undead realm in the outside world, it was more than 10 times more tyrannical. It was almost comparable to Yi Shiwen in the past. No one knew how it was born, so tyrannical. Otherwise, even if his speed and strength were restricted by the cultivation vest, with the strength of his physical body, he would not have been beaten without the strength to fight back. But now, everything was different. After hundreds of years of tempering, he had returned to the middle stage undead realm. It matched his realm and was even more powerful. He could feel that he was breaking through the limit and reaching an even more amazing realm. He had never thought that he actually had such a great potential that had not been stimulated. No wonder the Cultivation Bible said that the human body was a small world, endless and supreme. The lion-tiger beast panted heavily. He could feel that the man in front of him seemed to have experienced a kind of nirvana. He had an astonishing aura. However, it was impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. He roared, and the spiritual power of his whole body was burning. Powerful, fierce beasts condensed on his body. Their eyes were lifeless, but their hostility soared to the sky. These were the remnant thoughts of the powerful blood beasts that he had killed. He had locked them around him. These fierce beasts formed a frenzy and shrouded Yi Shiwen, wanting to tear him apart alive. Bang! Yi Shiwen blew up a fierce beast with a punch. This fierce beast's body was blown up into a mass of blood chi. But this mass of blood chi instantly turned into a mass of hostility and rushed towards Yi Shiwen, directly rushing into his mind. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood the true meaning of this move. The most troublesome thing was not these ominous beasts, but those evil energies. However, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Sure enough, the moment the evil chi rushed into his body, the mysterious space within his body began to revolve frantically, unexpectedly absorbing the evil chi. Although he hadn't figured out the origin of this mysterious space, he knew one thing. The compatibility of this mysterious space was terrifying. No matter what kind of energy it was, as long as it was energy, it would not be picky and would devour it all. Evil chi was also a kind of spiritual energy. As long as it was energy, it couldn't escape the devouring of the mysterious space. Although he didn't have the enlightening mind ancient tree to stabilize his mind so that he wouldn't be affected, but he had experienced a lot over the years. His will was already incomparably firm. It would be too easy to turn him into an idiot just by relying on his evil chi. Bang! 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 These ominous beasts were blasted by him one after another. Endless evil chi rushed into his mind, making his eyes begin to turn a little blood red. The star beast bloodline in his body also began to stir. Ha ha ha! Damn human god, now it's finally time for you to die. The liger beast finally confirmed that Yi Shiwen had been affected. It laughed wildly and rushed over along with the tide of ominous beasts. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yishiwen. At that critical moment, Yishiwen, who seemed to be about to go crazy, suddenly recovered his calmness and suppressed the fierceness brought by the star beast bloodline. He turned around and blasted out a punch. Human Dao Fist. His punch directly blasted through the liger beast's head on the spot. The horrifying human Dao Fist's artistic conception continued to evolve in it, turning into a world that constantly exploded in the liger beast's body. Boom! In a series of explosions, the liger beast's body exploded on the spot and turned into blood all over the sky. These blood contained endless laws, which were directly engraved on the blood beads. Yishiwen opened his mouth and absorbed these blood beads into his body. A powerful energy ran in his body. This liger beast was indeed an extremely powerful blood beast. The blood essence of many years of cultivation contained infinite power. Now, all of it was absorbed by Yishiwen. Yishiwen's combat power, which had just broken through to the indestructible realm intermediate stage, had also been completely consolidated. Although his combat power had just been restored to the indestructible realm intermediate stage, it was several times stronger than when he broke through to the indestructible realm intermediate stage previously. If he hadn't used the cultivation vest and cultivated on this ancient road, he might not have discovered that he still had such great potential that had not been unearthed. It's time. I'd like to see how terrifying those 9 tests are, Yishiwen said faintly. It took him a full 100 years to recover the strength that matched his realm. Only then did he have the confidence to challenge the first test. According to the Lord of Flames, the stronger one was in the same realm, the more likely he would be able to pass the test. However, under the suppression of the cultivation vest, he didn't even have the strength of his original realm. Naturally, he wouldn't consider challenging the test. Now was finally the time. Thinking of this, his figure directly turned into a ball of lightning and went deep into the ancient road. After spending half a day, Yishiwen came to the depths of the ancient road and stood in front of a huge stone hall. This stone hall was covered in moss, and the marks of time could be seen everywhere. Traces of weathering could be seen everywhere. A feeling of a long history surged in his heart. He went straight into the stone hall. The center of the stone hall was very spacious, and there was only a stone statue. The stone statue was of a handsome young man, holding a long sword and floating on the sea of blood. It was vivid and lifelike. Although it was only a stone statue, it had a kind of terrifying power. Suddenly, the stone statue suddenly opened its eyes. The young man looked at Yishiwen, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Yishiwen was shocked, but when he looked again, he found that it was gone again. Everything had returned to its original appearance. Could it be that I saw it wrong? This unforeseen event just now gave him a big fright. Below this stone statue was a transmission matrix. It was exactly the same as the transmission matrix that teleported from the sea of blood to the ancient road. It was obvious that it was set up by the same person. Yishiwen took a deep breath and stepped into the transmission matrix. In an instant, he was teleported to an ancient space. As far as the eye could see, it was an ancient land. He didn't know where this place was, but towering trees could be seen everywhere. It was like a scene of primordial chaos. "You're here." An old voice came from afar. He saw a young man walking step by step from afar. He was a handsome man who looked like he was in his 20s. He was wearing clothes that were completely different from the current style. In fact, his clothes were even more ancient than the most ancient style that Yishiwen had ever seen. For a cultivator, it was difficult to determine his age just by looking at his appearance. On the contrary, one could guess his age by looking at the clothes he was wearing. Every era had its own style of clothes, so it was often easier to guess his age. This young man's clothes were embroidered with azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. These were actually the 4 sacred symbols. These 4 sacred symbols didn't seem to be embroidered by a needle and thread. Instead, it gave him a feeling that these were living creatures, and then they were caught and sealed inside. This made him instantly vigilant. This young man gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. An indescribable and terrifying coercion was crushing his body. "Who are you?" Yi Shiwen asked. He had already confirmed in his heart that this young man was the protagonist of this test. "I'm 4 sacred symbols supreme," the young man indifferently said. He glanced at Yi Shiwen, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade, making people suck in a mouthful of cold air. 4 sacred symbols supreme. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt that this name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. At this time he suddenly remembered that in the ancient myths and legends, in the mythological era, there was such a powerful figure who had competed with the heavens and lived as long as the earth. His name was 4 sacred symbols supreme. Because it was too long ago, there were very few legends and records about 4 sacred symbols supreme. However, the only existing records often described him as invincible, powerful, and so on. The opponent of this assessment was actually such a legendary figure. "State your name." "For sacred symbols, supreme," said in a dull tone. "Junior Yi Shiwen, I'm here to challenge you," Yi Shiwen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He had respect for this legendary figure, but he didn't want to admit defeat. "Good." "For sacred symbols, supreme," said indifferently. His voice had barely faded when the surrounding space instantly shattered. His whole body was like an ancient divine mountain that was suppressing down. In just a flash, Yi Shiwen felt an extraordinary and terrifying pressure crushing down. He could also feel that 4 sacred symbols supreme's cultivation was indeed at the intermediate stage of undead realm, similar to his own. However, his fighting strength was much stronger than that of the previous lion-tiger beast. That lion-tiger beast was also extraordinary in the outside world. It was hard to find an opponent in this realm, but this 4 sacred symbol supreme was much stronger than him. Were these ancient mythological figures really so terrifying? Or was it because they had appeared on this ancient road that they were particularly terrifying? However, I will not lose. Yi Shiwen roared, and his body's imposing aura burst out. Chapter 2489. However, I will not lose. Yi Shiwen roared, and his imposing aura burst out. Yi Shiwen did not show any weakness. Even if the opponent was the legendary 4 symbol supreme, he would not give up. Not to mention that this was just an illusion. Even if the real body was standing in front of him, he would still dare to throw a punch. The thunder dragon halberd appeared in his hand. Countless thunder, Tao principles condensed into talismans and continuously fluttered on the thunder dragon halberd. Although he wasn't afraid, it didn't mean that he would underestimate this legendary figure. Any one of these people was an existence that stood above others in their generation, and they gave him a lot of pressure. He had to fight with all his strength. White tiger seal. For Symbol Supreme's palm changed and instantly turned into a huge tiger head. It was as if a white tiger had descended and rushed out of his palm. The whole scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! The two fiercely collided with each other, and the sound of metal clashing broke out. The white tiger seal of Lord Four Symbols transformed into a white tiger and entangled with the thunder dragon on Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd. White tiger, one of the Four Symbols' true spirits, represented the existence of Western heptametal and slaughter, and Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon was extremely destructive. It was one of the most terrifying destructive forces in the world. The collision of the two sides was so terrifying that the surrounding space was shattered. The laws collapsed and engulfed each other. The terrifying energy waves spread out and engulfed both sides. For a moment, the figures of both sides could not be seen. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen retreated a few steps and barely managed to stop his footsteps. The opposite Four Symbols Supreme also retreated a few steps and stopped under the control of the magic power condensed to protect him. In this blow, the two sides were evenly matched. It should be said that Yi Shiwen was slightly at a disadvantage. Yi Shiwen was constantly panting. The four symbols supreme in front of him was really terrifying. He was very clear that compared to the time when he had just broken through to the eternal realm, he did not know how much more tyrannical he was now. Now he could easily defeat his past self without any difficulty. However, in the face of four symbols supreme, he was completely at a disadvantage. His eyes were firmly fixed on four symbols supreme. The mysterious space inside his body was frantically operating, trying to analyze everything about four symbols supreme. In the short exchange just now, he had a feeling that there were no flaws in his defense. For symbols supreme monarch's physical body and divine ability could be said to be flawless. In particular, Yi Shiwen had a whole new level of respect for his physical cultivation. The collision just now had actually made his hands slightly numb. For an illusion to be able to reach such an astonishing level was enough to make him look at it in a new light. He did not know if the real body would be more terrifying than this illusion. It should be more terrifying. He knew very well that he was fighting against one of the most amazing people in history. He should be satisfied with this result. However, he was not satisfied. Even if an imperial emperor who had yet to attain the Tao stood in front of him, he would still have the resolve to throw a punch. It seems that there's no way to use tricks. I can only face it head on. Come on, let's have a good fight and see who's stronger. Yi Shiwen's lips curled into a smile, and he said indifferently. He didn't let go of his cultivation disguise because it was meaningless. This four-element supreme was just a kind of training for him. If he let go of his cultivation disguise, it would be meaningless. He also needed such a top battle to verify what he had learned. In the future, when he entered the Kurfürst Road, he might be such a monster. Whoosh! The figure of four-element supreme suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he actually appeared directly in front of Yi Shiwen. The speed was even faster than the reaction speed of Yi Shiwen's Eye of Redemption. Bang! However, Yi Shiwen was already prepared. The Thunder Dragon halberd directly slashed down and hit the protective white tiger of Four Element Supreme. Boom! A terrifying force swept out in an instant. The infinite energy couldn't find a vent, so it could only form a mushroom cloud and slowly rise up. Humph! Yi Shiwen only heard a cold snort. He saw a figure tearing the mushroom cloud and attacking him. The power of the white tiger sprang out from his hand and turned into a sharp sword that tore the sky. The sword light shrouded Yi Shiwen and wanted to hack him to death on the spot. Four Element Supreme had the power of four elephants. He was also the most amazing group of people since ancient times. With the power of four elephants, he could even change the world. Now he only showed the power of the white tiger, and it was already so terrifying. However, how could Yi Shiwen's learning be bad? He casually formed the Thunder Emperor Sky Cannon in his hand and blasted it out. Boom! A huge roar seemed to reverberate in the sky and on the ground. The destructive power of thunder instantly broke the endless sword light and blasted the body of Four Element Supreme. The white tiger wrapped around his body opened its mouth and swallowed Yi Shiwen's Thunder Emperor Sky Cannon. Explode! Do you think my things are so easy to swallow? Yi Shiwen suddenly pinched a seal, and an invisible spiritual wave instantly fluctuated. Boom! There was another huge explosion. The Thunder Emperor Sky Cannon that was swallowed by the white tiger exploded on the spot, and the white tiger was blown into pieces. Four Element Supreme was also affected. Many parts of his clothes were blown up, and he was quite embarrassed. His face no longer had that indifferent look. His expression became incomparably dignified. It seemed as if this wasn't just an illusion, but a powerful existence with consciousness. Could it be that this isn't an illusion, but someone found the will of the four symbols supreme and condensed it into this illusion? It would be terrifying if this is the case. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. He guessed a possibility. It couldn't be so terrifying if it was just an illusion. On the opposite side, Four Element Supreme's expression began to become cold. He truly regarded Yi Shiwen as a worthy opponent. His body was no longer wrapped around by the white tiger. Instead, it was replaced by the black tortoise. This meant that he had begun to get serious. The white tiger was the representative of the Western heptagold. It represented endless killing. The black tortoise represented endless defensive ability. It was completely different from the white tiger. Crash! There was an ear-piercing sound. Yi Shiwen saw Four Element Supreme moving. In an instant, a powerful vermilion bird appeared under his feet. Its speed was extremely fast. It pressed down towards Yi Shiwen with an incomparably terrifying pressure. On top of his head, an azure dragon phantom appeared. It constantly poured the immaterial qi into Four Element Supreme's body from afar. It allowed him to maintain his peak state at all times. He was very powerful and terrifying. The Four Element Supreme's true spirits had all manifested. All of a sudden, the laws of the world resonated with him. It seemed as if he could control everything in the world. He was the celestial emperor. As soon as he appeared, the four directions would fluctuate. Four Element Supreme ruled the world. Any step he took had a terrifying power that could collapse the world. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Yi Shiwen had a dignified look on his face. He tightly grasped the thunder dragon, halberd in his hand. His entire body instantly transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. He wouldn't just stand by and watch as the four symbols supreme completely controlled the world with his power of four symbols. This was a competition for the principles and the world itself. Whoever lost would fall into a disadvantageous position in the following battles. Then a terrifying scene appeared around Four Element Supreme's body. The void around his body was suppressed by his imposing aura. However, it was repaired by the laws. This scene of continuous collapse and continuous recovery was extremely shocking from a distance. He could easily suppress an expert at the peak of the intermediate stage of undead realm to death. He did not even need to make a move. Just by relying on his imposing aura, it was already terrifying enough. A thunder dragon emerged from the thunder dragon halberd and soared into the ninth heaven. It unexpectedly contended with the power of Four Element Supreme and directly collided with it. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound was heard. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, turning into pieces of fragments. The fight between the two had far exceeded the strength of this realm. It was very shocking to watch. Four Element Supreme didn't speak much. However, his words were extremely terrifying. Crash! There was another intense, tearing sound in the vast sky. Astonishing rays of light burst out from the eyes of Four Element Supreme. The images of four different mythological beasts were constantly rotating in his eyes. This kind of power directly broke through the blue dome of the sky and bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. This was an extremely terrifying magic eye. The power of the four mythological beasts had condensed in his eyes. Its might was astonishing when it erupted. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. The power of redemption emerged in his eyes. The power of redemption formed a domain of redemption in front of him. This amazing power of the four mythological beasts broke through the sky. After entering the domain of redemption, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was cleanly dissolved in a short while. This power of redemption counterattacked and blasted towards Four Element Supreme. The world seemed to have fallen into a sound of condemnation. You are guilty. You should be judged. Countless voices were denouncing Four Symbols, Supreme Monarch. This was an extremely shocking method. Humph! Four Element Supreme didn't even look at it. The power of redemption directly hit Black Tortoise on the spot. However, it couldn't do anything to Black Tortoise. It collapsed on the spot with a muffled sound. At this time, Four Element Supreme once again rushed over. He had completely released his aura. It was terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding area had turned into the domain of the power of the four mythological beasts. He was the invincible ruler of the world here. A white tiger sword seal transformed into a long sword. It instantly swept down like a waterfall. It collapsed the void and rushed towards Yi Shiwen's face. It wanted to kill him on the spot. Bang! The collision between the two sides was even more astonishing. Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd didn't slow down. It followed closely. The sky instantly collapsed and turned into powder, revealing endless chaos. This collision surpassed all the previous ones. It also meant that both sides had begun to use their trump cards. Chapter 2490. For Element Supreme didn't intend to stop even though his attack had failed. His offensive became even more rapid, just like a storm. He wanted to use quick attacks to defeat Yi Shiwen. His speed could only be described with one word: fast. The vermilion bird under his feet had almost turned into a ball of fire, making his speed soar to the extreme. Fortunately, this person was Yi Shiwen. If it was someone else, they would not be able to keep up with such speed. If they could not even keep up with the speed, how could they defeat Four Symbol Supreme? The sword light tore the void crack and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen put away the thunder dragon halberd and replaced it with the sky flipping seal. Boom! 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 The violent collision was endless. The two sides fought all the way to the sky. The splashing energy shattered the vacuum. If the two were to fight in the outside world, they could destroy a small world at any time. For Symbol Supreme launched all kinds of endless attacks, trampling the vacuum. His whole body was like an ancient divine mountain, constantly rushing towards Yi Shiwen. With the protection of Black Tortoise, he almost did not have to consider the problem of defense. He just had to continue to kill. This terrifying fighting method was enough to give many people a headache. However, Yi Shiwen also did the same at this time. His tyrant golden body, coupled with the thunder battle armor, was even better than Four Symbols Supreme in terms of defense. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At this time, there was no skill to speak of. It could only be said that it was a completely head-on battle. For Symbol Supreme was extremely strong. Moreover, Azure Dragon was constantly providing Imu Jin Qi from afar. It was almost endless. After a long time, Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantage. Most of his spiritual power was supplied to the cultivation vest. Moreover, the Phoenix regeneration technique was also suppressed by the cultivation vest. His recovery ability was simply not comparable to the level of Four Symbols Supreme. It was not a big deal in a short time. However, after a long time he would be exposed. Let's fight quickly. Yi Shiwen immediately gritted his teeth and said. He also wanted to fight with a world-class character like Four Symbols Supreme. Every time they fought, the opponent's exquisite swordsmanship and magical power made him feel a sense of amazement. However, his spiritual power did not allow him to do so. He did not have so much time. After a blow forced Four Symbols Supreme to retreat, Yi Shiwen began his counterattack. He directly stepped on the sky, and his body broke out a kind of domineering aura. In his hand, the ruler's sword instantly broke out. World domination. His sword swept across, breaking the world. This sword would kill all of the people who did not surrender in this world. An astonishing killing intent burst out from Xixiang Supreme's eyes. In a short period of time, the power of the four elephants burst out from his body. The four powerful divine beasts on his clothes suddenly manifested and turned into four powerful fierce beasts to protect him. He pinched an incantation gesture, and the four ferocious beasts transformed into four streams of astonishing energy: red, yellow, white, and green. They shot out like energy cannons, condensing into a mass in midair and colliding with Yi Shiwen's ruler's sword intent. Both sides used their trump cards. In a flash, endless divine radiance surged out. The radiance blotted out the sky and the earth. The concept of martial arts of both sides manifested one after another. The energy tide of the four symbols' power suddenly manifested in the boundless radiance. It formed a huge matrix to strangle Yi Shiwen. Four symbols' real spirit formation. This was the real killer move of Four Symbol Supreme. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in one move. Clang! A figure soared into the sky from Yi Shiwen's ruler's sword. It was an emperor who dominated the world. He held a long sword in his hand and wore an imperial robe. He had a terrifying, imposing manner. His eyes were incomparably deep. One could faintly see the birth and destruction of the universe in his eyes. The moment this figure appeared, all the great paths were suppressed. This was an imperial emperor who ruled over the world. Only imperial emperors could cultivate such swordsmanship. Apart from imperial emperors, who else in the world could be called a ruler? The four symbols' real spirits grew larger and larger. They were now tens of thousands of meters tall, but the figure didn't change in the slightest. He was still the size of an ordinary person, but his aura firmly suppressed everything around him. This was a paragon emperor hidden within the sovereign Lord Swordwill, an invincible figure who had swept through everything under the heavens. And yet he was facing off against the four beasts' true sovereign, who had once been invincible under the heavens. Clearly he wasn't backing down at all. Clang! The emperor immediately attacked. He slashed out with his sword, but a terrifying sword light swept through the world. This was an invincible figure, and he wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect him. Boom! The sword light slammed into the four symbols' real spirit formation. The formation trembled violently, and the four symbols' real spirits roared. The power of the four symbols formed an even more astonishing attack that blasted towards the emperor. Boom! 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 In that instant, the terrifying attacks from both sides were completely unleashed. Both of their techniques were beyond what a person of their level should be capable of. In the blink of an eye, they clashed hundreds of times. Bang! The emperor was instantly reduced to nothingness by the four symbols' real spirit formation. But at the same time, the four symbols' real spirits shrieked and turned into nothingness as well. Just at this moment, Four Symbols Supreme's attack arrived in a flash. The sword light cut a huge wound on Yi Shiwen's body, and blood flowed out. Half of Yi Shiwen's body was almost chopped into pieces by Four Symbols Supreme. However, Four Symbols Supreme didn't follow up with another attack. A gaping hole had appeared in his body, and blood was pouring out of it. Yi Shiwen had no time to dodge in that critical moment. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to dodge, and instead clashed head-on with Four Symbols Supreme. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference was the difference of 1,000 miles. Even a small difference was enough to determine the victor. Of course, this was also because of the terrifying strength of their bodies. If it had been anyone else, they would have been dead by now. For Symbols Supreme didn't care about the wound on his body. After a moment of hesitation, he pounced on Yi Shiwen. The power of the white tiger in his hand turned into a long sword and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and roared. The thunder dragon halberd in his hand instantly erupted and collided with his opponent. Bang! The terrifying power of both sides collided. Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form and Four Symbols Supreme's power of the Four Symbols had a huge impact on each other's body. Puff! Puff! More blood gushed out of their bodies. In that instant, they were seriously injured by each other. Their injuries hadn't healed yet, but they were further aggravated. Both sides were fighting with their lives on the line. For Symbol Supreme wasn't his real body, but a condensed form of martial will. Such a battle didn't affect him in the slightest. But Yi Shiwen was different. He was his real body, but Four Symbols Supreme's attacks were endless. It was impossible for him to stop, even if he wanted to. I'm not willing to give up. So what if I'm an ancient mythical figure? I must surpass you all. Yi Shiwen's eyes burst with amazing light. He finally understood why the Flame Lord said that this was a test. Under the same level, how many people dared to say that they could compete with these people? Just this 4 symbols supreme in front of him had forced him into a dead end. The others were even more terrifying than this. They were getting more and more terrifying each time. He couldn't imagine how strong the people at the end would be. It was no wonder that no one had been able to defeat all 9 of them since ancient times. It was simply an inconceivable legend, unless he had already cultivated to an unprecedented realm. If that was the case, it would be unimaginable to what extent his strength would increase. His opponent wasn't his real body. Many of his moves were more unscrupulous. This was an advantage that Yi Shiwen couldn't compete with. For Element Supreme looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and unceasingly pinched the seals. His body had improved by a notch, and his imposing aura was also crazily growing. His blood and qi were burning. He was burning the blood and qi of his entire body. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in one blow. It didn't matter even if his body collapsed. Kill! For Symbol Supreme finally opened his mouth. He shouted and condensed all the murderous aura in the world. The sword light shot out. It seemed as if this sword had blocked all the space to dodge. No matter where one fled, one couldn't escape this attack. Yi Shiwen saw that he couldn't dodge, so he could only clench his teeth and fight with his opponent. Bang! The Thunder Dragon halberd and the long sword fiercely collided. It was only a moment, but a terrifying force rolled out in all directions. There was a huge explosion. A figure was sent flying upside down. Blood splashed in the sky. Yi Shiwen immediately fell into a disadvantageous position after 4 Symbols Supreme had ignited his own blood and qi regardless of the cost. This should have been an evenly matched battle. Yi Shiwen felt that his whole body was about to collapse. The wound on his body that had almost been split in half hadn't healed yet. Now it was about to burst open again. For Symbol Supreme ignored his injuries and once again rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. His body crashed into the space and shattered it. Come on, this is the last blow to decide the winner. Yi Shiwen roared and pinched the seals. A huge thunder cannon took shape behind him. It instantly sucked out all his spiritual power and fed it into the thunder cannon. Bang! The Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon exploded, and a terrible thunderbolt energy bombarded out. 4 Element Supreme was too close to dodge and was instantly hit head-on. He didn't even have the time to scream and was directly evaporated. Hoo-hoo! Yi Shiwen half knelt down. He was gasping for breath. Blood dripped down and fell into the ground. He would have been killed by 4 Symbols Supreme if he had hesitated for even half a second. The situation could be described as extremely thrilling. Chapter 2491. Xixiang True Lord was very strong, at least when he was outside. He had never seen anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xixiang True Lord. And the next 8 were all stronger than the last. This was a gradual process. On the other hand, if the first one he challenged was not Xixiang True Lord, but Xixiang True Lord was the last one, then his strength would be much stronger than it was now. This was also a kind of extreme training, challenging the limits and surpassing the limits. Just one of them was already so powerful. How terrifying would the next 8 be? It seemed that there was no way to break through in the short term. Once he broke through to the late stage of the imperishable realm, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. He had a feeling that if he continued to train like this, he might reach a level that he had never reached before. It was said that quantitative change led to qualitative change, and that qualitative change would overwhelm quantitative change. Sages could crush imperishable realm experts because they had condensed divine kingdoms. But on the other hand, when quantitative change reached a certain level, could it overwhelm qualitative change? This thought popped up in his mind for the first time. Before this, he had been trying his best to find a way to contend against the divine kingdom of the Sage Realm, including the Sky Spill world and analyzing Ao Chaozong's divine kingdom, and so on. In fact, it was all for the sake of preparing for his Kurfürst road. But now that he had entered this ancient road, he found another way. Originally, this was just wishful thinking because his strength had been raised to the limit, and quantitative change could not overwhelm qualitative change. But now it was different, and he could give it a try. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel excited. There was no doubt that this was more challenging and more possible. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. This was a brand new path, a path that could lead to the heavens. It was said that some of the ancient geniuses could even fight and kill titled kings. What methods did they rely on? One had to know that the difference between a king-ranked cultivator and a divine lord of the sage plane was even greater than the difference between a divine lord and an imperishable realm cultivator. They were able to do it while avoiding a qualitative change, all because they had the power to do it. When the power reached a certain level, it was enough to destroy everything. Thinking of this, he understood that he was right. It was just that he did not have the conditions before, and there were not so many powerful creatures for him to train in. Yi Shiwen didn't continue to challenge the ancient road after the restoration was almost complete. Instead, he left this stone palace and rushed towards the depths of the ancient road. The deeper one went on the ancient path, the more ferocious existences there were. It was even said that in the deepest part of the ancient path, there were existences that even king-ranked, formidable martial artists feared. This was what many people in the Hidden Valley had discovered. This ancient road had existed for a very long time. There was no way to verify it. Yi Shiwen originally thought that the collapse of the ancient road referred to the collapse of the entire ancient road world. Now he knew that the Lord of Flames was referring to the collapse of the transmission array. He couldn't see through the mysteries of the teleportation array at first glance, let alone repair it. If he used it a few more times, it would probably collapse on the spot. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. There were still several hundred years left, and he had to make great progress. Chaos ensued in the depths of the ancient road. A full 800 years passed by in a hurry. No one felt any changes because of this, especially for gods. 800 years was just a fleeting moment. In the depths of the ancient path, a silhouette was floating high up in the sky, breathing continuously. With every breath he took, a great amount of blood qi would be absorbed into his body, strengthening his fleshly body. It was as if he was growing stronger with every passing minute and every second. Suddenly he opened his eyes. He had finally consolidated his cultivation base. He had finally broken through to the late stage of the undead realm again. This was simply a kind of torture. He spent 100 years to pull his combat power from the early stage of the undead realm back to the middle stage of the undead realm. However, just to raise it from the middle stage to the late stage of the undead realm, it took more than 800 years. In these more than 800 years, it could be said that he had caused chaos in this ancient road. Before he had a breakthrough, he dared to challenge the blood fiends of the late stage of the undead realm. Even in the late stage, he was too lazy to even look at the blood fiends of the middle stage of the undead realm. He was single-minded in finding trouble with the blood fiends of the late stage of the undead realm. These blood fiends were far more tyrannical than the vicious beasts outside. At the same realm, they could completely defeat the so-called geniuses outside. This was also why Yi Shiwen had such a hard time fighting with them. He was not an opponent under ordinary circumstances. It was relatively easy to raise from the early stage of the undead realm to the middle stage of the undead realm. After all, it was restoring the combat power of the original realm. However, it was very difficult to raise from the middle stage of the undead realm to the late stage of the undead realm. That was the power beyond the realm. However, he did not give up and continued to improve. This was a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, constantly improving his strength and constantly improving his combat power. At the same time, this was also honing his foundation. It might not have any effect now, and even every step forward would cost more than the average person. However, once the effect of these hundreds of years of hard work was fully released, there would be an amazing improvement. It would not be a problem to raise a few levels again in a short period of time. Since ancient times, such a situation was not uncommon. Many monsters who walked out of the Kurfürst Road had rushed to the peak of the king-ranked realm in just a few thousand years, which made other people who were struggling to be tongue-tied. This was the benefit of a solid foundation. It was far more than the benefits that appeared on the surface. In these 800 years, he himself could not remember how many blood fiends he had killed, or how many blood fiends he had escaped from the jaws of the blood fiends. Even blood fiends of the same realm, there was a difference in strength. Other people's perception might not be strong, but Yi Shiwen could clearly feel it. This was because his strength had been improving bit by bit. In the beginning, he was chased all over the streets, and then he fought back, and then he went to find more powerful opponents, and then he was chased all over the world. After a certain period of time, he went back to fight back. This had happened over 100 times, which meant that he had improved at least 100 times, and there were obvious improvements. It was just that it was not very obvious when compared to the whole realm. If other people knew about this, they would have been overjoyed. However, he was not satisfied. Too slow, still too slow. He felt that he had not reached the critical point, the point where he could fight against the sage realm purely with the strength of the undead realm. The gap between the divine nations had caused the gap between them to be unbelievably large. Now he wanted to close this gap. In these 800 years, the improvement of the realm was only one aspect of the improvement of strength. Many of his martial arts had made a qualitative leap. Under the suppression of the cultivation armor, it was very difficult for him to use many of his martial arts, which indirectly increased the difficulty. Now, the speed at which he used many of his martial arts was comparable to when he was not suppressed by the cultivation armor. In particular, the Phoenix regeneration technique had recovered his current healing speed. In these hundreds of years, he did not know how many times he had relied on the Phoenix regeneration technique to save his life. His proficiency had reached a whole new level, and a physical phoenix was directly condensed in his body. It must be known that he only had a few signs of this in the past, but in the past several hundred years he had actually condensed a physical phoenix. This did not only mean that his Phoenix regeneration technique had improved to a new level, comparable to the ancestors. More importantly, this physical phoenix was also condensed from infinite healing energy. Even if he was about to die in the next second, this physical phoenix could save him in an instant. From this situation, it was equivalent to him having an extra life. It was just that it was not easy to condense this physical phoenix. He spent a full 800 years to condense this physical phoenix, and he could only condense this one. There were certain limitations, but even so, he was completely overjoyed. This was equivalent to carrying a life-saving divine medicine with him, which could save him from the edge of death at any time. This was the inspiration he got from the medicine dragon fruit. In these hundreds of years, the medicine dragon fruit had been almost consumed by him in hundreds of bloody battles. Even if he could plant it, the speed of consumption had almost consumed the medicine dragon fruit. However, if he did not have the medicine dragon fruit, he would not have survived many battles. That was because in the past 800 years, he went to challenge the Stone Palace a few more times. However, each time the opponents were stronger than the last. His strength was increasing, but the people that appeared in the Stone Palace were also stronger. Although they were at the same level as him, they still beat him to a pulp. However, in the end, they were still killed by him. In fact, Yi Shiwen had once encountered the legendary demon Master Kunpeng. He wasn't the descendant of Kunpeng. Instead, he was the supreme master of myriad demons of the ancient heavenly court. He was the demon master Kunpeng. That battle was the most tragic one he had ever fought. Demon Master Kunpeng was too strong, and he had all kinds of means. many ancient secret techniques that had never been heard of or displayed, and it was very terrifying. If it was someone else, they would have long been tortured to death. Yi Shiwen had challenged Demon Master Kunpeng 3 times before he finally defeated him. He had only defeated Demon Master Kunpeng after his battle prowess had increased to the late stage of Undead Realm. Even that battle was very thrilling, and he almost turned defeat into victory. Yi Shiwen knew that if it was a Sage Realm challenge, Kunpeng would be even stronger, because the higher the level, many things that could not be used before could be used. The results of the current battle could not be used to measure the battle situation of the Sage Realm. Demon Master Kunpeng was the 8th ancient character that he had killed. No one knew who the 9th was, because throughout the ages he was the first person to make it to the 8th level. Chapter 2492. Previously, the strongest person had broken through to the 6th level. However, the 6th level was already very terrifying. Every character had made a huge improvement. It represented that they had gone further in the same realm, and had become even more terrifying. Yi Shiwen didn't know whether he had become invincible in the same realm after defeating the 9th person. After all, it wasn't easy to defeat such a character. Yi Shiwen hadn't thought that he would be able to defeat all 9 of them. Since ancient times, how many amazing geniuses in the Hidden Valley hadn't been able to do this? So how could he do it? He had confidence in himself, but he wasn't so blind that he wouldn't dare to shout without any assurance. However, in the past few hundred years, he had advanced all the way to the Demon Master Kunpeng. Although the whole process was basically tormented to the point of wanting to die, every battle was a kind of enlightenment for him. Every time he returned from challenging the Stone Hall, he would have an increase in his understanding of the realm. He even had a feeling of addiction. Ordinary people couldn't excite him anymore. Only challenging these famous and invincible characters of the ancient times could make his blood boil. They were in the same realm, but their fighting style had broadened Yi Shiwen's horizons. Many of their techniques had given him a sudden flash of insight. He had already reached this stage and wasn't rigidly bound by techniques. However, his worldview had been subverted after he had witnessed the battles of these people. The ingenuity of their techniques had allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. That was because the brilliant God-level martial arts contained countless information about the Great Tao. They were in harmony with the Great Tao. The Great Tao was the greatest truth in the world, and the Great Tao was the road to invincibility. This caused his mindset to undergo a complete transformation. This also prompted him to continuously study various martial arts over the past several hundred years, instead of just focusing on the improvement of his own cultivation. Among them, the ruler's sword technique had been completely deduced by him. He didn't know how much blood energy had been consumed in the process. Fortunately, the blood energy here was abundant. It was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, the blood beasts that Yi Shiwen had killed would be transformed into blood energy and absorbed by the mysterious space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support so many martial arts at the same time. The Sovereign Lord's swordplay deserved to be called one of the most powerful swordplays in the world. As soon as he used it, it seemed as if heaven and earth would submit to it. Although he hadn't reached that level yet, his swordplay's power was still invincible. However, the consumption was also enormous. The power of such a sword technique was needless to say. In addition to the ruler's sword technique, there was also the overturning the sky seal. Originally, he had to spend a lot of effort to use the 3 seals as one, but now it was different. He could casually use the 3 seals as one. It wasn't just because he was stronger. More importantly, his understanding of the overturning the sky seal had reached a whole new realm. When he used the overturning the sky seal, he didn't rely on his magic power to forcibly use it. Instead, he used it skillfully. This was something he had learned when fighting against the invincible ancient people. It was obviously a move of similar power, but the opponent's consumption of magic power was far less than his own. This gave him a lot of inspiration. The deeper he went, the more he realized how terrifying these ancient, invincible figures were. Their innate talents were extremely powerful, and with the addition of hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, their battle wisdom was not something he could compare to in a short period of time. This was the direction he was currently trying to figure out. Originally, the improvement of his combat power mostly relied on the improvement of his physical body and his own magic power. Now, another option was added. When the moves were used to the peak, the improvement of his combat power was also quite amazing. The overturning the sky seal was just one of them. There was also the demon wings. He had been stuck at the wings of light without any change. But he already felt that his speed had increased to the peak. It was undergoing a transformation. This transformation was related to space. Yi Shiwen was also desperately deducing the future changes of the demon wings. Now that Yi Amo was not here, he could only rely on himself to deduce a higher level of the demon wings. This was different from the instant teleportation of the gods. The movements of the gods seemed to be very fast, but in fact it required a lot of magic power to travel through space. The more profound the understanding of space, the more powerful it was. But he could feel that if the demon wings transformed from the wings of light to the wings of space, it could become a fixed magical power. Moreover, the power of space was also a very terrifying means of attack. It would be a means of both offense and defense. In short, it could be said to have endless wonderful uses, but the specific situation would only be known after he transformed the wings of light into the wings of space. In addition, the magical power of the thunder attribute had also been improved dramatically. The combination of the flickering thunder step and the wings of light was better in all aspects. The two body techniques each had their own advantages. The flickering thunder step was faster, while the wings of light was better for hurrying. Of course, this was only a horizontal comparison. If compared vertically, it was unknown how much stronger it was compared to other body techniques. The Thunder Emperor Heavenly Cannon had been completely transformed by him. It was not like the original one, where it could only be used as a big move. It could also be used normally with great power. This was thanks to the thorough study of the Thunder Talisman. He had also thoroughly understood the 3 kinds of martial, magical powers recorded in it. He had also practiced a kind of thunder battle armor which had completely integrated with his gilded tyrant form. This was a piece of cake for him. Previously, he had smelted a layer of gilded tyrant body outside his gilded tyrant form. It could be said that his defensive power had greatly increased. Now, his defense had soared to another level after adding the thunder battle armor. Moreover, the thunder battle armor was also capable of both offense and defense. It could counterattack the moment it was attacked. It had almost become an instinct for him. Yi Shiwen continued to study and innovate these moves, causing his combat power to undergo earth-shaking changes in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat the legendary demon master Kunpeng. Even so, he had finally succeeded after challenging it 3 times. As one of his trump cards, the 10,000 spell, Roulette, had been almost completely refined by him. Although he still could not display the full power of the 10,000 spell Roulette, it was enough to be his true trump card. He was even confident that he could seriously injure an expert at the initial stage of the Sage Realm with one attack. Of course, this was only his own calculation. There were many problems with it. It would be terrible if he missed. Therefore, he could not use it as a regular method. He could only keep it as a trump card and use it when necessary. This was his attempt to carry out a quantitative change. If the people of the outside world were to know about this, they would probably be scared to death. This was simply an inhuman attempt and progress. Especially now, he would often immerse himself in the endless thunder liquid. He would absorb the energy of this thunder liquid and tear himself apart. He was using this extreme method to carry out a breakthrough. This was because he knew that he did not have much time. His opponent was too terrifying. He did not have much time to waste. He had also attempted to walk the path of qualitative change. In order to complete the process of qualitative change, the most important thing for an imperishable realm expert was naturally to condense his own divine kingdom. But he hadn't reached that realm yet. Condensing his own divine kingdom was no different from wishful thinking. So how to form a combat power that corresponded to the divine kingdom was also a direction he had been researching. He combined the sky spill world and the ancestral dragon diagram. These two formed a concept and a domain. The transformation of the domain was the divine kingdom. However, the divine kingdom was more powerful. It could be freely manipulated and modified by the gods. This was an ability that gods below the sage realm did not have. And the most important thing for Yi Shiwen to form a domain that could contend against the divine nation was the law of his words. He couldn't do it by himself. However, it would be a completely different story if he relied on the ancestral dragon's Tao diagram. The ancestral dragon in the ancestral dragon's Tao diagram could suppress all directions. So, the principles of the divine nation wouldn't be able to penetrate into it. He was once an emperor-king level expert. So, the principles of a mere divine kingdom couldn't affect the artistic conception of the ancestral dragon's lecture. Of course, this was under the condition that Yi Shiwen had the power to contend against the opposite party. The ancestral dragon's Tao lecture diagram would have crumbled in an instant if there had been a huge disparity in strength. The world that had evolved from Zai Jiashuang's sky spill world had fused with the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture diagram. In addition, he had sensed many secrets of the divine nation from Ao Chaozong's body. This was enough for him to construct a formidable domain that could contend against the divine nation. And this was where his confidence lay. However, there was a fatal flaw, and that was that the ancestral dragon's Tao preaching diagram was already showing signs of crumbling. After all, this wasn't the original, it was just a copy. Although the materials used were extremely meticulous, the aura of the ancestral dragon's Tao preaching diagram was so overbearing that ordinary materials couldn't stop it at all. If this kind of rubbing book was used too many times, it would directly collapse on the spot. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's idea of using the ancestral dragon's lecture picture as a regular method was cut off. It could only be used as a trump card at a critical moment and could not be used frequently. But even so, with this method, Yi Shiwen had the confidence to compete with the masters of the sage realm. These 900 years had not been wasted. He floated in the sky. Compared to hundreds of years ago, he had been reborn. He could feel the powerful energy flowing in his body. The bruises left by the battle with the Kuan Peng had finally been healed. The last battle was too dangerous, and the medicine dragon fruit was swallowed by him at that time. That was how he won the precious opportunity to kill the demon master Kuan Peng. Everything was worth it. He had gained too much from that battle. There's still 100 years left. I need to improve. In front of him, the heart of the blood realm burst with amazing light and flew into the distance. Chapter 2493. About 100 years ago, the heart of the blood realm in his body would erupt with light from time to time, as if someone was summoning him to go deeper into the ancient road. However, he forcibly suppressed it. At that time, he was only focused on improving his strength. Now it was different. He would leave after 100 years. This period of time seemed long, but in fact it passed very quickly. He was not willing to let it go just like that, so he planned to explore it. As for the ninth person, he did not have to challenge him. If he was given more time, he would definitely not give up. However, he did not have much time now. He could only choose one of the two, and he was helpless. Thinking of this, he quickly flew in the direction of the heart of the blood realm. The speed of the heart of the blood realm was extremely fast. It broke through space one after another, causing powerful energy fluctuations. It even attracted the attention of many powerful existences in the depths of the ancient road. Yi Shiwen chased closely behind it. He actually had to increase his speed to the extreme to catch up with the speed of the heart of the blood realm. However, he was not afraid of losing it. All these years he had long refined the heart of the blood realm. There was a trace of connection between him and the heart of the blood realm. No matter how far he ran, he could quickly find it and follow it. He flew for more than half a day. Even Yi Shiwen himself did not know how much space he had passed. He was extremely surprised. The space in the depths of the ancient road was much larger than he had imagined. During this period of time, he should be considered to have only been in the periphery. There were many existences in the depths that he felt were very troublesome and terrifying. Along the way, he also saw many stone halls. They were similar to the ones he saw outside. They should be the same, just that they were prepared for people of different levels of strength. With his strength, he could only wander in the periphery. If he wanted to enter the depths, only a king-ranked expert would have the strength and possibility. Along the way, he did not dare to stop at the slightest. He constantly passed through the void. There were too many powerful existences in the ancient road. There were even some who were alarmed by his passing aura and directly attacked him. Fortunately, he did not stop and left very quickly. Even some extremely terrifying existences could not stop him halfway. Finally, the heart of the blood realm came to a stop in a valley. This valley was covered in layers of blood mist. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were actually no powerful existences. This made him feel a little strange. The heart of the blood realm went straight in. He didn't stop and immediately followed it in. There was nothing in the valley, only a sea of fire. Balls of flames were burning fiercely, but they weren't ordinary flames. Instead, they were blood-red flames. This kind of flame didn't seem to be very hot. It only gave off a cold feeling. However, after Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption, he clearly discovered that there were piles of ashes in the sea of fire. They were of various shapes and sizes, but it wasn't difficult to determine that they were all powerful existences that had died inside. Damn, just how many powerful existences have died in there. Yi Shiwen was shocked and couldn't help but say, these ashes were still exuding powerful vibrations. It was enough to prove that they were powerful beings when they were alive. They were probably invincible experts above the imperishable realm. This kind of flame seemed inconspicuous and a little strange. However, it could even burn imperishable realm gods and even more powerful gods alive. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. In the depths of this sea of fire, an incomparably large bloodstone was bobbing up and down. In the center of the bloodstone, there was a missing piece. Wasn't its shape exactly the same as the heart of the blood realm? Is the heart of the blood realm really related to the blood prison? However, before Yi Shiwen could react, the heart of the blood realm instantly jumped out and merged into the center of this huge bloodstone. After a while, there was no trace of the fusion, as if it had never been separated. Yi Shiwen had countless questions in his mind. Why did the heart of the blood realm, which obviously came from here, appear in ancient times? More importantly, if only one of those powerful beings had died in there, it could be explained that he had accidentally barged in and was burned to death. However, if so many of them had died in there, it was really inexcusable. What was the secret behind it? No one knew at all. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt that the heart of the blood realm was still calling him to enter it. He was a little hesitant. This kind of flame was too terrifying. It had burned countless powerful existences to death. However, the energy within the crimson stone was boundless. He didn't know how many years it had existed for, and the energy accumulated within it was incomparably vast. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would probably improve in a short period of time, and he would truly reach a realm that no one had ever reached before or since. This was a kind of gamble. If he gambled correctly, he would advance by leaps and bounds. However, if he lost, he was afraid that he would be like these people. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood why there were so many ashes here. The reason why those powerhouses broke into this place was probably because of the bloodstone that was dozens of square meters in size. After a long silence, The call of the heart of the blood realm in his heart became stronger and stronger. He suddenly made a decision. Go all out. Wealth comes from danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. Bursts of golden light flickered on his body, illuminating him as if he was cast in gold. On the surface of his body, a layer of lightning light flickered. At the same time, the demon wings behind him directly spread out. The originally dazzling wings of light began to faintly feel transparent. This was a sign that he was about to evolve into the wings of space. He prepared everything. If something went wrong, he would immediately spread the wings of light and escape. After he was fully prepared, he immediately rushed in. Crash! Almost in an instant, the seemingly calm sea of fire suddenly burst into countless flames, swallowing him alive. It hurts. Even with Yi Shiwen's willpower, he screamed wildly and grimaced in pain from the burning. The thunderbolt battle armor on his body disintegrated instantly. It could not withstand this kind of flame at all. It directly burned his tyrant form. Pieces of pitch-black skin fell off his body. He had been burned to the point that his skin was peeling off. His flesh and blood were almost evaporating. However, he was not instantly burned to ashes. Instead, he constantly operated observing person scripture and phoenix regeneration technique to repair his burnt body. The coverage of these flames was omnidirectional and endless. Yi Shiwen had tried to exercise his tyrant form in various harsh situations. There was no doubt that this was an unprecedentedly harsh environment. It was even worse than the worst environment he had imagined before. At this time, he finally deeply understood why so many powerful people died here. These flames directly burned people's flesh and blood. It was difficult not to die. The wings of light behind him spread out instantly. It was constantly burned and constantly replenished. He was almost unable to hold on anymore. He had to give up. Although the energy contained in the bloodstone was tempting, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. At this time, a group of blood-colored energy fell from the sky and directly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. It instantly replenished the consumption of his body. What was more amazing was that this group of blood-colored energy directly integrated into his body. It was actually reshaping his body. It was becoming stronger little by little. On one hand, this blood-colored flame was constantly burning his flesh and blood. On the other hand, this blood-colored energy was constantly reshaping his body. Every time his fleshly body was remolded, his fleshly body would become a little stronger. Yi Shiwen continued to scream and grit his teeth. However, the devil's wings behind him were directly retracted. He would not let go of such an opportunity. Although it was extremely painful, every minute and second was like suffering in the 18th level of hell. Every minute and second was as long as a century. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured. He was very clear that as long as he could hold on, the benefits he could obtain would be unlimited. Bathing in the fire to refine his body, he was now simply using his body as a sacrificial offering to refine his body like a divine tool. Hold on, I must hold on. Yi Shiwen was very clear about the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained. If there was no such suffering, how could he be above all living beings and truly be on par with those monstrous geniuses? Time passed, and several decades passed in a flash. Yi Shiwen was constantly suffering, but his body was also growing at an astonishing speed. Originally, he had to constantly rely on the support of the blood-red energy in order to survive in the flames and not be burned alive. But now, he had to rely on the support of the blood-red energy to barely survive the flames. But now, he could only rely on his body to survive in this blood-colored flame. Of course, he would still be burned to the point that he would grimace in pain. However, this situation had fundamentally improved compared to decades ago. As for the remaining energy that had not been squandered, he stored it in the depths of his body. His strength was increasing every minute and second. His skills were also constantly improving. These decades of tempering had also made his will incomparably firm. This blood-colored energy seemed to be able to burn the spirit. It tempered his spirit to become incomparably firm. Even if he did not have the Mingxin ancient tree, he would not be afraid of those spirit-type magic treasures. The harvest was incomparably huge. Bang! Just when Yi Shiwen's spirit was completely immersed in it, he did not know whether it was day or night. The original huge bloodstone completely collapsed in an instant. The energy contained in it was also completely absorbed by Yi Shiwen in the past decades. Now it finally could not hold on and collapsed on the spot. Yi Shiwen also rose from the flames. It was as if he had completed a rebirth from the fire. Under his feet were the ashes of his burned body. These ashes did not kill him, but instead made him stronger. Chapter 2494. The collapse of the bloodstone also woke him up completely. He stood up from the flames and felt that there was no part of his body that did not have a powerful force. Every move he made contained a powerful force that could shoot down stars. He looked at the ashes around him. In the distance, there were also the ashes of other powerful almighties. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he had the help of the blood realm heart. Otherwise, the bloodstone would not have inexplicably poured energy into his body. Without the support of the bloodstone's energy, he would have been burned alive by the blood-colored flames, let alone the blood-fire real body. That was simply impossible. He chose to take the risk, and it turned out that he did not make the wrong choice. The harvest was great. His physical body had improved to another level. He could even feel that he might be able to take a blow from a high-grade divine tool with his bare hands. Compared to the previous level, it could be said that he had climbed to a higher level. Although it had not climbed to the peak, it was already extremely rare for him. Most of the blood-colored energy had been used to sacrifice his physical body over the years, but there was still a large part left, all contained in his physical body. As long as he mobilized it, he might be able to break through to another realm. It was not a breakthrough in combat power, but the combat power of his real body had improved to the late stage of the undead realm. In that case, after completely releasing the cultivation disguise, it was simply unimaginable to what extent his strength would improve. Can I blow up the divine nation with one punch? Yi Shiwen grinned. The blood-colored flames around him were still burning, and the power was still terrifying, but it could not pose a fatal threat to him. It could be said that he had spent most of his life on this ancient road for 1,000 years. What did it mean to cultivate in the mountains without 60 years? This was exactly what it meant to cultivate in the mountains without 60 years. However, he forcibly suppressed the breakthrough. Now was not the time to break through. He still had to defeat the 9th person. Otherwise, once he broke through to the late stage of undead realm, he might not even be able to defeat the first 4 symbols true monarch in the same realm, let alone defeating the 9th person. Being a master in the same realm required too much accumulation, so he had to defeat the 9th person in the middle stage of the undead realm. He did not have another 1,000 years to waste. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little excited. Even with his rock-solid will, his heart was still extremely excited. This was something that had never happened before and would never happen again. No one had ever been able to defeat 9 great cultivators in a row. No one had ever been able to do this. However, just as Yi Shiwen was about to leave, he only saw a blood-red figure sitting cross-legged in the flames. No matter how the blood-red flames burned, the figure didn't move in the slightest. His mouth moved as if he was reciting a scripture, and the most important thing was that he could actually hear the scripture. What's going on? I clearly didn't see it before. Could it be the scripture inside the bloodstone? Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. He didn't need to open the eyes of redemption to see that this bloody figure was not a living creature, but a manifestation of scripture. This was related to the creator of the scripture. If it was a scripture left behind by the ancestral dragon, It could even evolve into a true dragon. However, it was impossible that he had not discovered this blood-colored voice in the past few decades. There was only one possibility, and that was that the bloodstones had fallen after breaking apart. The voice of the bloody figure reciting the scripture grew louder and louder. At first, it was just a little, but now it was getting louder and louder, as if it was going to fill the world all of a sudden. Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption, and the power of redemption broke through the blood-red flames. He clearly saw an ancient scripture floating in the middle of the body of the bloody figure, exuding a kind of amazing light. The aura of the Great Way permeated on it, and the talismans turned into a waterfall that constantly rotated and danced in the sky. It was not an ordinary scripture at first glance, but how could an ordinary scripture survive in this kind of blood-red flame? Yi Shiwen was overjoyed. This ancient scripture must have recorded an extraordinary magical power or an earth-shattering martial technique. This was undoubtedly a great era. He hurriedly leaped up and slapped the bloody figure away, revealing the page of scripture within. He grabbed this page of scripture in his hand, and the text on this page of scripture suddenly turned into Tao sounds and suddenly instilled into Yi Shiwen's mind. It seemed as if Yi Shiwen had been possessed by a demon. He suddenly paused, and his eyes began to become somewhat absent-minded. The page of sutra in his hand burst out with an astonishing radiance, and on the spot it turned into a mass of blood-red light and disappeared above the horizon. After this page of scripture disappeared, the blood-red flame that covered the entire valley also dissipated little by little, as if it had never appeared. After a long time, Yi Shiwen finally woke up. The things recorded on the page of scripture appeared in front of his eyes. At that moment, there were too many things recorded on it, including many comprehension of the Great Way and magical power techniques. Yi Shiwen knew that he must have missed a big opportunity. If he had this page of ancient scripture in his hand, the benefits he could obtain were simply unimaginable. At that moment, there was too much information pouring in, and he couldn't grasp it all. In the end, he only grasped a magical power called the Blood God. This was an extremely overbearing martial technique that could condense another real body, and it was said that as long as the Blood God was not destroyed, the real body would not die. Condensing the Blood God was equivalent to having an indestructible body. Even if he was killed on the spot, as long as the Blood God was still there, he could directly condense it on the spot. Of course, condensing it would certainly not come without a price, just like how an Eternal Realm expert would have to pay a great price to reshape his body. Even so, it was already shocking enough. In this case, no one would be able to kill him unless he and the Blood God were killed together. Otherwise, they would not be able to kill him. At the end of this martial technique, it was said that there would be thousands of incarnations and they would be indestructible. Moreover, the Blood God could also promote cultivation. Cultivating together was equivalent to cultivating oneself together. When the Blood God returned to the original body, all the cultivation would also return to the original body. Once the number of Blood God increased, his cultivation speed would be unimaginable. There was no doubt that if this martial technique was made public, it would cause countless people to fight over it. The most unfortunate thing was that he only had a fragment of this magical power. The time was too short, and he didn't have enough time to grasp too much. It couldn't be as heaven-defying as the complete version, but it was still very powerful. It took a lot of energy for Blood God to condense one. Luckily, he had absorbed a lot of energy from the Bloodstone, so it was enough for him to condense one. However, he still needed to comprehend all of this. In short, Yi Shiwen had gained a lot from these decades of cultivation. Yi Shiwen only waved his fist lightly, and the space in front of him suddenly shattered into a large piece. Just his physical body alone was comparable to a high-grade divine tool, and it was enough to push his combat power back to the peak of the Eternal Realm. If he had to fight Demon Master Kuan Peng from 100 years ago, it wouldn't be so difficult. It could basically be said that he would be crushed. It's time to go out, but before I go out, I have to try the 9th level. It's rumored that no one has ever succeeded. Yi Shiwen said faintly, his expression incomparably confident. His every movement was filled with boundless power that flowed out from his body. This powerful power gave him absolute confidence. His figure slowly disappeared into the void, and in the blink of an eye he had already appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. He rushed all the way to the periphery of the ancient road, alarming many powerhouses along the way, but none could catch up with Yi Shiwen's current speed. He came all the way to the stone hall. The stone hall was the same as when he came hundreds of years ago. He walked all the way to the teleportation array. The moment he entered, the statue suddenly opened its eyes, and a somewhat complicated expression appeared on its face. Then it disappeared without a trace and returned to its original state. Yi Shiwen entered this space again, as if it had been like this for countless years, and there wouldn't be the slightest change. Up in the sky, a formless pressure spread down. It was a magnificent scene. Endless clouds curled up, and even the wind and thunder were trembling. A figure slowly emerged from the void. Yi Shiwen hadn't been able to see it clearly in the past. However, he was able to see it clearly this time. It wasn't a living creature. It was a drop of blood essence that had been formed under the influence of the rules. There was the will of a sage integrated into it. But the moment he saw this figure, even he was shocked. Demon King! He didn't expect the last person to be the Demon King. He still couldn't forget the scene on the Demon Island. That was a supreme powerhouse that had never been forgotten since ancient times. He had single-handedly created the ancient heavenly court and became one of the most powerful forces in history. Yi Wudi had only received his influence and could become the leader of one of the most powerful forces in the world. No one dared to underestimate him. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the ancient heavenly court was at its peak. And this time his opponent was actually the Demon King. How terrifying would a Demon King of the same level be? It would probably be difficult to meet a worthy opponent in the world. Yi Shiwen respected such a powerful senior, even if he was of a different race. All the memories that had been sealed in his heart for a long time suddenly resurfaced. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold current had risen from the soles of his feet to his head. What kind of person was the Demon King? He had been fighting against people even after his death. At that time, he was still too far away from understanding the situation. Now he seemed to vaguely guess that someone was targeting the Demon King, or even the Emperor. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be involved in one of the most terrifying secrets in history. But at this time, there was no time for him to think too much. The Demon King's aura exploded. Chapter 2495. Around the Demon Sovereign, countless golden lotuses automatically condensed and fell from the sky. These phenomena, which would normally only appear during Tao validation, were now appearing around the Demon Sovereign's body. Around his body, countless sword rays began to condense, and countless sword rays began to shuttle in the void, instantly turning into a kingdom of sword Tao. If one looked closely, they would find that these sword rays were all evolved from sword Tao talismans. They were very terrifying and had invincible power. His breathing was also very terrifying, and his qi and blood were like pillars, and there was a faint sound of raging waves. These were all signs of an extremely profound cultivation, and it was a sign that his physical cultivation had reached an extreme. This was only formed by a drop of blood essence, and if the real body descended, it was unknown how terrifying it would be. Clang! With a loud clang, the sword ray condensed in the void and instantly slashed down. It was a kind of supreme power, and it was a completely different sword technique from the Dominator's sword intent, but it was not weak. Bang! Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, and his physical body collided with the sword ray fiercely. The sound of the collision was almost ear-shattering, and the world was roaring, resonating with the world. The sword ray left a white mark on Yi Shiwen's fist. The power of the sword ray was terrifying, and it contained the power to cut through the stars. If not for the fact that his physical cultivation was a level higher, he would not have dared to take this attack with his bare hands. This was already beyond the limit. Yi Shiwen instantly launched a counterattack. He didn't show any mercy in the face of such an invincible character. He roared loudly, and the sound waves rushed across the world. The stars in the sky seemed to turn into powder. The sun, the moon, and the stars exploded one after another under his attack. It was like an ancient god-king was fighting. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and directly blasted out a huge world, which turned into a world of humanity to suppress the demon sovereign. There was an uncontrollable excitement on his face. It was not always an opportunity to fight with such an expert. Bang! With a terrifying sound of collision, Yi Shiwen's fist was blocked by the demon sovereign's sword. In an instant, the sword condensed from sword Dao talismans in his hand was bombarded by Yi Shiwen's attack, and dense cracks appeared on it. However, the demon emperor didn't seem to mind. His face was eternally calm, as if this kind of attack couldn't affect him at all. His other hand instantly grabbed an amazing sword light and counterattacked Yi Shiwen on the spot. It was launched almost at the same time as Yi Shiwen's counterattack. It was extremely fast. It was truly terrifying. When the sword slashed down, it was as if the sky had collapsed and smashed down. It was as if the world had entered doomsday mode with a single slash. The endless natural laws instantly manifested, turning into an eternal radiance. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! The sword in tension chopped down on Yi Shiwen's body. It chopped down on his thunderbolt battle clothes. Cracks appeared on his thunderbolt battle clothes. However, it still couldn't injure his gilded tyrant form. Even so, the might of this sword had already made him have a whole new level of respect for it. A few decades ago, the demon sovereign's means were enough to kill him. She was even more powerful than the demon Master Kuanpeng. But now, it was unable to pose a fundamental threat to him. Senior Demon Emperor, you're really strong. However, you've only reached one kind of limit. I've surpassed this limit. Yi Shiwen looked at the Demon Emperor. The aura of his body was actually rising steadily. In an instant, it had climbed to the original limit and was still breaking through. The cultivation vest that had imprisoned his cultivation was instantly released, allowing his cultivation to climb to an extremely terrifying level. Wherever his gaze passed, the world would collapse, the sun and the moon would lose their luster, and the stars would explode. In order to show my respect to you, I will erupt with my strongest strength and defeat you. This time, he really didn't hold back and didn't intend to delay. There wasn't much time now. Therefore, it wasn't time to temper himself. Instead, he had to defeat the Demon Emperor and establish a will that wouldn't be worn down by 10,000 tribulations. The realm that Yi Shiwen erupted had even shocked the opposite Demon Emperor. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone could actually erupt with such a realm at this level. Although it wasn't his main body, the majesty of an emperor couldn't be blasphemed. Yi Shiwen could feel that his strength had already climbed to the peak. In fact, he would soon be unable to suppress his breakthrough. His accumulation was too deep. He had been lingering in this realm for thousands of years. It might seem very ordinary to others, but he had never stayed in the same realm for such a long time. The accumulation of these realms would turn into a flood at this time and break through the barrier of the realm. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for him. Clang! The Demon Emperor didn't take advantage of Yi Shiwen's release of cultivation to attack. As an emperor, he had this kind of demeanor and confidence. At this time, he finally brandished his sword. It condensed into an ancient sword. It was just an ordinary sword, but it had an unpredictable power. Bang! This sword was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. The terrifying power collided. The power of both sides was concentrated on this ancient sword. The ancient sword condensed from sword talisman collapsed on the spot. Although the divine weapon condensed from martial arts talisman was sometimes more tyrannical than the real divine weapon, and its power was infinite in the hands of a real master. However, if the power exceeded the limit of the divine weapon, it would still collapse on the spot. Bang! Wah! The remaining power directly bombarded the body of the demon emperor. The shock caused him to retreat a few steps and spit out a big mouthful of blood. Again, the demon emperor finally opened his mouth. Perhaps he felt that Yi Shiwen was worthy of him opening his mouth. A sword condensed in his hand again. He took the initiative to attack. The sword light swept across and turned into a huge ancient bell in the sky. It pressed down towards Yi Shiwen. The aura of a supreme emperor erupted instantly. This bell's shadow could destroy the world. Compared to the previous time, the demon emperor showed some of his strength this time. This sword technique was indeed a supreme sword technique. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't weak either. If it was before, both sides might have to fight a bitter battle. But now he had completely gained the upper hand. There was no need for this. Animal Dao. He blasted another punch. The fist energy seemed to transform into endless ferocious beasts and divine beasts. They rushed towards the heaven and earth and collided with the ancient bell. Rumble. This attack extinguished the sun and moon, shattered the galaxy, and collapsed the heaven and earth. The ancient bell that the demon emperor had slashed out shattered again. After all, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be a match for the demon emperor if he didn't have the Eastern Emperor bell. Boom! Yi Shiwen instantly took a step forward and attacked first. In an instant, he used the flickering thunder step. He instantly rushed in front of the demon emperor. The demon emperor's expression didn't change. His body instantly transformed into endless God rule chains. Those bell waves transformed into God rule chains and instantly locked onto Yi Shiwen. The thunder law erupted from Yi Shiwen's body and condensed into an infinite thunder dragon that contended against the God rule chains. Meanwhile, he got rid of all the distractions and rushed to the front of the demon emperor instantly. Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. His palm pressed directly on the demon emperor's chest. In an instant, endless energy exploded and formed a terrifying shock wave that blasted out. Boom! Yi Shiwen's Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon, directly opened a big hole in the demon emperor's chest. Without the suppression of the cultivation armor, Yi Shiwen's spiritual power was vigorous to a terrifying level. This allowed him to use the Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon, unscrupulously. In fact, the terrifying power penetrated too quickly. The demon emperor didn't even have time to fly out. Again, the Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon, condensed in Yi Shiwen's hand again. The demon emperor's face was cold. He didn't seem to be moved at all. The sword light instantly condensed and pierced into Yi Shiwen's body. Boom! 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 This ancient sword shattered inch by inch on Yi Shiwen's body. It couldn't do anything to him. It could only shatter on the spot. His current physical body was already tyrannical and terrifying. The wounds on the demon emperor's body needed to be reconstructed. This was actually easier than doing it with his own body. It's too late. This is the last hurdle. Let me see what kind of secrets are hidden behind this last hurdle. Yi Shiwen roared. The Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon in his hand, instantly blasted out. The frightening energy shock wave completely submerged the demon emperor, completely submerging him in this frightening fluctuation. Boom! The demon emperor's physical body completely shattered in an instant. It completely collapsed under this terrifying power. Yi Shiwen had already practiced the Thunder Emperor, Heavenly Cannon, to the extent that he could control it at will. He could instantly control its power. Compared to thousands of years ago, it was on a completely different level. It only took a moment for it to collapse. The endless smoke and dust dispersed. This battle was over. Even the demon emperor couldn't condense again after being bombarded by such a terrifying power. Yi Shiwen's power slowly converged. His aura continued to weaken. The cultivation armor in his body was reactivated. He slightly breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was a pity. If he had taken off the cultivation armor from the beginning, the Demon Emperor might have been stronger. However, now was not the time to waste time on training. In the past 1,000 years, this was the only time he had completely unleashed his strength. Without the cultivation armor, that feeling was simply reborn. However, he had even more questions in his heart. Just who was it that set up such a test here? 9 people. Any one of them was an existence that could dominate the world, and the last one was the Demon Emperor, an existence that could shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. In any case, they were definitely not ordinary people. However, when he was about to leave and break through, the surrounding world suddenly collapsed and turned into an endless light source. In front of him, a huge altar suddenly appeared. Chapter 2496. The entire altar was square-shaped. It was carved out of a huge blood-red stone. It was floating in the void, motionless. Countless blood-red chains were shuttling in the void above the altar. They were locking an ancient sword above the altar. The shape was simple and unadorned. There were many patterns on it. Each pattern was like a blood groove. It was full of strange but vast aura. There were only 2 ancient Taoist characters engraved on the sword hilt, Avicii. This was an extremely ancient character. Yi Shiwen had never seen it before. However, he naturally understood the meaning of these 2 characters when he probed it with his divine sense. In ancient times, many Taoist characters had strange shapes. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend them. The 2 characters Avicii revealed a vast and boundless feeling. In ancient legends, there was a legend of the Avicii Hell in the world of the dead. It meant eternal suffering. It was the lowest of all the hells. People who committed crimes during their lifetime would enter the Avicii Hell to suffer after death. Of course, having cultivated to his level, he naturally understood that many myths and legends might have some basis, but even more were absurd and uninhibited. After a living being died, their souls, directly dissolved on the spot, could be found everywhere. They didn't enter the legendary world of the dead, the eternal underworld. Not to mention the so-called 18 layers of hell. He had never seen it before. However, the legend of the 18 layers of hell had been circulated in various worlds. Perhaps it wasn't that simple. However, it involved the world of the dead after death. It was also a taboo among the gods. Just from the 2 characters of Avicii, one could feel a vast and ancient aura. This sword dared to use the legendary hell as its name. It was naturally extraordinary. It was just that these chains had locked the sword in place. These chains seemed to be preventing the birth of this ancient sword. Avicii's sword. Yi Shiwen softly read the ancient pronunciation of these 3 characters. The body of the ancient sword suddenly began to tremble violently. It bloomed with dazzling light as if it was announcing something. This altar is behind the defeat of 9 people. Yi Shiwen murmured. He could feel that the Avicii sword was exuding an amazing, killing intention. All magic tools, especially divine tools that had slain gods, carried an indescribable killing intent. However, such a shocking killing intent was unprecedented. This was because the sword was bound by the blood-colored chain. Otherwise, if it were to be revealed, its killing intent would be so shocking that an ordinary person would probably become an idiot in an instant. Yi Shiwen also felt a sense of extreme danger in his heart. It was his 6th sense. It meant that he wouldn't be any better if he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes. This made him feel very conflicted. He could feel the power of the sword of Avicii. It was very strong, but the consequences were not something he could bear for the time being. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Is this the reward for defeating 9 people? It's just that the reward itself is also a kind of reward, right? If you recklessly go forward, you'll instantly become an idiot." However, it was very obvious that the entire altar seemed to be under the control of some kind of power and collapsed in an instant. Countless chains collapsed along with the altar, and the Avicii sword burst into an astonishing light in the sky. It seemed as if it had finally come into being, and countless sword lights swept out like a gale and a wave. Walla la. The corners of Yi Shiwen's clothes were fluttering in the wind of the Avicii sword. A kind of boundless hostility swept out from the Avicii sword and suddenly rushed into Yi Shiwen's mind. In his eyes, the surroundings instantly turned into a gray hell, and boundless darkness shrouded this world. It was an endless wilderness as far as the eye could see. However, the truly terrifying thing was that the wilderness wasn't covered with weeds, but with human hands. It seemed as if countless people were buried in a hiding place. Mournful screams came from the side of his ears. It seemed as if something wanted to crawl out of this land. Those were all sinners who would forever sink in the Avicii hell. They would suffer the most painful torture. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes, and it instantly turned into a mountain of knives. Shining blades fell upside down on the endless mountain ridges, and each blade had a soul pierced on it, and they were constantly screaming as they hung on it. Before Yi Shiwen could see more, this mountain of knives instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless souls were struggling in it, and they were being burned by the raging fire. They screamed endlessly, and they struggled to crawl towards Yi Shiwen. "Sinner, quickly accept your punishment." A loud shout came from the void, and it directly shook the internal organs of Yi Shiwen. An indescribable pressure crushed down, and it wanted to make Yi Shiwen kneel on the spot. In the void, there was a faint aura of 6 paths of reincarnation spreading, and a huge will was condensing, and it wanted to suck him into the 6 paths of reincarnation and bring him to endless reincarnation. "I have already proven my Tao and become a god. I have transcended the world, jumped out of the 3 realms, and am no longer in the 5 elements. Who do you think you are, and you dare to make me admit my guilt and accept my punishment?" Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was endless light flashing in his eyes. "Just a mere resentment, and you dare to show off in front of me? You are really courting death. Break for me." Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption, and instantly saw through it. There was no Avicii hell, and there was no mountain of knives or sea of fire. They were all formed by a resentment that rushed into his mind. Although he didn't have the enlightening mind ancient tree to suppress his mind, it was impossible to confuse him with just a trace of evil chi and resentment. He blasted out a punch, and the resentment were dispersed on the spot. Everything in front of him became clear, but more resentment rushed in, and it wanted to impact him into an idiot. On his body, the power of thunder instantly turned into a battle armor and protected him in it. This was the strongest and most positive lightning in the world, and it specialized in restraining the evil power of the Yin. It could barely resist the increasingly terrifying resentment. He looked at the void, and in the void, the Avicii sword was constantly bursting out a kind of amazing sword light, and it blasted into the void. It seemed to be fighting against something, and it wanted to break the restraint of this space. The crack in the space was getting bigger, and it seemed that the Avicii sword was really going to escape. It wanted to force him to make a choice. "I'm going all out. I can't let the Avicii sword escape." Yi Shiwen immediately roared, and his hands instantly turned into boundless chains, and he grabbed the Avicii sword. Bang! The Avicii sword was just about to escape, but it was caught by Yi Shiwen's hand. In an instant, the boundless murderous aura rushed out, and it almost broke his mind. Compared to the resentment at this time, the bit of resentment and murderous aura just now was simply not worth mentioning. This time was the real horror. Although the mysterious space in his body suddenly erupted in a short time and absorbed most of the resentment and murderous aura, it still couldn't resolve the endless murderous aura, and it directly rushed into his brain. His eyes instantly turned red, and he only felt that there was endless murderous aura all over his body that needed to be resolved. This murderous aura directly invaded his blood vessels and made his blood boil instantly. He barely found a bit of clarity and took out the Tianyuan mirror and directly absorbed the Avicii sword into it. Both sides directly collided, and an astonishing light burst out. The Avicii sword could actually resist the absorption of the Tianyuan mirror, and it seemed that it had a powerful potential that had yet to burst out. However, in the end, it was still suppressed by Yi Shiwen and absorbed into the Tianyuan mirror. Although the Avicii sword was terrifying, it couldn't break the space of the Tianyuan mirror. Both sides continued to fight, and countless God-rule chains instantly formed and entangled the Avicii sword, firmly binding him. The murderous aura in Yi Shiwen's mind gradually dissipated, and his eyes regained their clarity. The Avicii sword's murderous aura almost made him collapse, not to mention if it really erupted with power, perhaps no one could resist it. However, in order to suppress the Avicii sword, the Tianyuan mirror could be considered as scrapped. Unless he could refine the Avicii sword later, otherwise, it would be very difficult to use the Tianyuan mirror again. It was almost like losing an arm. However, he didn't regret it. Although there was no way to use the Tianyuan mirror for the time being, it was undoubtedly a great harvest for him if he could refine the Avicii sword, and he would also have one more trump card in his hand. Of course, the premise was that he could withstand the endless, terrifying, murderous aura of the Avicii sword. It could be said that there were advantages and disadvantages. However, at this time, the spreading, imposing aura on his body didn't converge as he regained his clarity. Instead, it continued to spread out. Just a moment ago, he was unable to control his cultivation after being attacked by the murderous aura. He didn't control it again. Anyway, he had decided to make a breakthrough. Boom! Even the cultivation vest on his body was no longer deliberately suppressed. It relaxed and a huge amount of power was released. It instantly swept out in a frenzy, and the energy directly shattered the void. The power continued to circulate in his body and crazily attacked the barrier of the late stage of undead realm. This realm barrier couldn't be said to be not strong enough. Originally, Yi Shiwen couldn't break through it. However, the tempering of the past thousands of years had made his strength rise to an unimaginable level during this period of time. It was originally difficult to break through the realm barrier. At this time, it simply couldn't stop Yi Shiwen. It collapsed inch by inch, and Yi Shiwen's strength also continued to rise along with the continuous collapse of the realm barrier. It seemed that his strength was improving every minute and every second, and he was breaking through the original realm. Rumble! His whole body seemed to explode, and the energy crazily swept out. He didn't know how much time had passed before he completely opened his eyes. The last trace of the realm barrier on his body had also completely disappeared. Finally rushed into the late stage of undead realm. A total of 1,000 years, it's really a long time. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly, clenched his fists, and felt the powerful and terrifying power erupting in his body. It surpassed all the perception he could perceive in the past. Even if it's a real divine kingdom, I can still smash it with one punch. Kurfürst Road, here I come. His figure flashed, and he had already disappeared. Chapter 2497. In the depths of the void of the universe, a vast ancient road slowly unveiled its mysterious veil. The Kurfürst Road, which only appeared once every 100,000 years, was finally reopened. For many people, this was of extraordinary significance. This was a road to choose a sovereign emperor. It was also the only place in the universe in recent times where one had a clear chance to enter the sovereign emperor realm. The vastness of the Kurfürst Road attracted countless people. Not only those who had once shaken the world and swept across the Kurfürst Road, but even other people wanted to enter the Kurfürst Road, because although they were not qualified to compete for that wisp of opportunity, there were many other opportunities in the Kurfürst Road. Of course, most importantly, no one could say who would get the opportunity in the end. A kind of bell rang throughout the universe, announcing the opening of the Kurfürst Road. This road would really be opened in this void for 1,000 years. This was the time and opportunity for people to search for the legendary opportunities related to sovereign emperors. The calm peace heaven one of the lower heaven of the Kurfürst road's 33 heavens. At this time, countless people gathered, all for the Kurfürst road that only appeared once every 100,000 years. Many old antiques, who had been sleeping for many years, also woke up in the sound of the bell and came. For a moment, it seemed that all the gods in the world had gathered here. This was a vast, boundless, uninhabited area. No one knew who established it, only that it was called the Calm Peace Heaven. In the Kurfürst road, there were a total of 33 such small worlds, known as the 33 heavens, which were further divided into the upper, middle, and lower heavens. The Calm Peace Heaven was one of the lower heavens. Because it was only a lower heaven, it was undoubtedly much safer than the middle and upper heavens, so it was also the place that countless people chose to stay. However, although it was a lower heaven, there were many natural treasures and miracles in the Calm Peace Heaven that were hard to find in the outside world. This was also the graveyard that most people came to. They did not have the strength to fight in the middle and upper heavens, but at least they had no problem in the lower heavens. When Yi Shiwen set foot on the Calm Peace Heaven, the first world of the Kurfürst road, it had already been decades since the Kurfürst road opened. He was still too late, unable to catch up to the first wave of excitement. At this time, the 33 heavens were a boiling cauldron of voices. There hadn't been a single person for 100,000 years, but now it was like a completely different world had changed. He came to an ancient city. This city was covered with weathered marks of time, but it was forcibly fixed by a formation. Even though millions of years had passed, it still hadn't collapsed. This was also a place where many foreign gods chose to settle down. There were many cities like this in the Calm Peace Heaven, and they had all been built over many generations. The Hidden Valley also had such a city as a place for the sect members to stay. However, the cities built by the regal sect were all in the upper heavens. There was no such city in the Calm Peace Heaven, which was a lower heaven. However, these cities didn't dare to refuse entry to members of the regal sect. In reality, they were half open. After entering the city, he could almost feel tyrannical divine was sweeping everywhere. Many ancient and powerful gods were walking around in the city. Even many sects and legacies that were rarely seen could be seen. It could be said that this was also a grand event that happened every 100,000 years. A pure newcomer like him was naturally very curious about everything. After entering a little further into the city, he could hear the voices of people selling their wares. An ancient divine artifact, a divine artifact used by the ancient gods. It's much stronger than other divine artifacts. Now it's only 10 million divine roots. Just 10 million divine roots. And this ancient divine artifact is yours. The so-called ancient god artifact was the artifact used by the ancient gods in the distant past. Many of those gods were born with the will of the heavenly way, so their strength was much stronger than the gods of the same realm. Many of them were born with the will of the heavenly way, so they were much stronger than the gods of the same realm. Many of them were born with companion divine artifacts. These companion divine artifacts weren't acquired, but formed naturally. Once something was related to the innate, its value would undoubtedly increase by many times. Moreover, it was a congenital divine artifact. Therefore, these ancient divine artifacts could often be sold at a high price. Someone was shouting in his ear. He turned his head and looked. He silently activated the Eye of Redemption and immediately saw through the so-called ancient divine artifact. It was simply an ordinary low-grade divine artifact. Even the so-called ancient aura was simply a disguise. He was a little speechless. These gods were actually here to swindle people. Could it be that some people would really be fooled? When the stall owner saw Yi Shiwen activating the Eye of Redemption, he could immediately tell from the expression on his face that Yi Shiwen had completely seen through his so-called ancient divine artifact. He couldn't help but smile brightly. However, he didn't stop at all and continued to shout, "Golden back, dragon carp! This golden-backed dragon carp was brought out from the endless abyss. It has the bloodline of the real dragon. It's not difficult to swallow it to restore one's cultivation. The stall owner next to him was also shouting. Yi Shiwen suddenly became a little interested. Carps were recognized as a race that had the bloodline of the dragon race. However, the amount of dragon race bloodline they had was different depending on the race. There was a saying that carps jumped over the dragon gate and burned their tails to become a real dragon. It referred to the scene when the powerhouses of the carp race crossed the dragon gate, purified their bloodline, and truly incarnated into a supreme heavenly dragon. The dragon race that these carps turned into was also a very powerful race on the Dragon Island. They were called carp dragons. They were different from the ordinary pure-blooded dragon race, but they were also very powerful. In fact, some of them were even more powerful than the ordinary dragon race. Therefore, when these carps cultivated to a certain extent, they would automatically incarnate into a heavenly dragon. However, there were some carp races that belonged to the exception, such as this golden-backed dragon carp. This kind of golden-backed dragon carp belonged to a special species of heaven and earth. They were born with the ability to cultivate. It belonged to the category of automatic cultivation. Some golden-backed dragon carps who had cultivated for a very long time could even compare to a heavenly dragon. However, these golden-backed dragon carps often didn't have enough wisdom, so they rarely chose to transform into human form. They would often cultivate all the way and continuously accumulate their power. Some terrifying ancestors of the golden-backed dragon carps could accumulate power for hundreds of thousands of years. This kind of power was enough to kill a formidable god, even if they didn't know any magical power. However, these golden-backed dragon carps often had formidable power, but didn't know how to cultivate. Therefore, they had become a tonic in the eyes of many people. In fact, they were very nutritious supplements. As a result, the golden-backed dragon carps were rarely seen in other places, apart from some on Dragon Island. Yi Shiwen had also sighed endlessly when he had read the records about the golden-backed dragon carp. One must know that one could save tens of thousands of years of accumulation of power if one could catch one. This was simply a shortcut. If one could catch an ancestor of the golden-backed dragon carp, it was equivalent to increasing one's cultivation by hundreds of thousands of years out of thin air. Such a skyrocketing cultivation was really terrifying. However, the golden-backed dragon carp was such a precious thing. How could it be sold on the street? After seeing the previous stall owner selling ordinary divine tools as ancient divine tools, Yi Shiwen already had a guess in his heart. Therefore, he simply opened the Eye of Redemption. The opposite stall owner didn't seem to care. He looked very confident. Yi Shiwen's Eye of Redemption couldn't see anything wrong. This golden-backed dragon carp was actually real and not fake. He saw that the golden-backed dragon carp in the fish tank wasn't big. It was almost the same size as an ordinary carp. However, this carp's body was full of the aura of the dragon clan. It had a pair of dragon horns, and the scales on its body were engraved with the profound talismans of the dragon clan. Its back was completely golden, as if it was made of pure gold. Its eyes were somewhat lifeless. He suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Although he had never seen this golden-backed dragon carp before, he had seen its records. It could be said to be an extremely ferocious species. Its eyes were as fierce as a real dragon's, and it had an extremely bad temper. A powerful golden-backed dragon carp could even kill its real body with a slap of its tail. How could it be so lifeless? With this doubt, Yi Shiwen immediately activated the Eye of Redemption and carefully examined it. The aura of this golden-backed dragon carp was faintly discernible, although it was covered by a powerful dragon aura. This dragon aura didn't seem to be produced by itself. Instead, it seemed to be added later on. The purpose of adding the dragon aura was already very obvious. It was to deceive people. This golden-backed dragon carp was probably dying. It was no wonder that such a precious golden-backed dragon carp was being sold in this stall. How much is this golden-backed dragon carp? I want it. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his mouth and said. The stall owner opposite him immediately beamed with joy. Finally, someone was fooled. This golden-backed dragon carp is a genuine golden-backed dragon carp. Moreover, its bloodline is very pure. If you buy it and train it properly, and if you have the opportunity to awaken its intelligence, your future cultivation will be limitless. Then, you will have an excellent pet. The stall owner chattered on. He tried his best to exaggerate his golden-backed dragon carp. Stop talking nonsense. How much is it? Yi Shiwen said somewhat impatiently. He had a faint guess in his heart, and his heart was extremely excited. If it was true, then he was really going to pick up a great treasure this time. The stall owner looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. He didn't expect the sucker to be so straightforward. He quickly smiled and said, 5 million divine roots. As long as you have 5 million divine roots, this golden-backed dragon carp will be yours. I am also short of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this golden-backed dragon carp to someone else. All right. Yi Shiwen nodded and didn't haggle over it. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a delicate shout was heard. Chapter 2498. Suddenly there was a shout. The sound of footsteps came from a distance. Yi Shiwen turned his head and saw a beautiful woman in a bright red dress. She was about 20 years old, and she rushed over like a flame. When the stall owner saw the woman in the red dress, his face suddenly turned ugly, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why is it this girl again? Although this sentence was said in a very low voice, Yi Shiwen still heard it. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. The woman in the red dress had arrived in front of the two in an instant. She stood with her hands behind her back, and there was a feeling of superiority. Zhu Yenner, what are you doing here again? The stall owner looked a little helpless and a little angry. Of course, to stop you from cheating. The woman in the red dress said matter-of-factly. Then she looked at Yi Shiwen and said, You must be careful if you want to buy his goods. This guy has a criminal record. He likes to use some fake things to deceive newcomers like you. How do you know that I just arrived? Yi Shiwen was a little curious. That's because this guy is notorious. Among those who came earlier, how many of them didn't know about him? Zhu Yenner's delicate little face was slightly proud. Of course, this is also my credit. I can't stand to see newcomers like you being deceived by him. Yi Shiwen didn't expect that Zhu Yenner was such a warm-hearted person. Here, it could be said that everyone was a competitor. It was good enough that she didn't help to deceive you. She was basically indifferent to you, let alone standing up to warn you. Zhu Yenner, I only deceived you once. I later returned all the God Source to you. What else do you want? The stall owner was a middle-aged man. At this time he was already angry. Obviously, this middle-aged man also deceived Zhu Yenner before. At this time, Zhu Yenner kept coming to him. Zhu Yenner's little face was slightly flushed. Her true, warm-hearted nature was exposed in front of Yi Shiwen. But then she said, I said that as long as you continue to deceive here, don't even think of succeeding. Many people around could not help but shudder. Villains and women were difficult to deal with. The ancients were right. It was better to offend villains than to offend women. This stall owner had only cheated her once. But she actually wanted to ruin his good fortune so badly that she wouldn't stop until she was dead. Many of the people around them were also stall owners, and many of them were swindlers. At this moment, they all felt lucky. Fortunately, this girl was swindled by this guy as soon as she came in, and they didn't have time to swindle her. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Yi Shiwen raised the corner of his mouth. Although there was a secret that he did not know, Zhu Yenner was indeed not a bad person. Now you know that I'm doing this for your own good. If you were cheated by him, I'm afraid you would cry in the toilet. Zhu Yenner was a little proud. Using 5 million divine roots to buy a dead fish is simply not worth it. I see that you don't know either. After the golden-backed dragon carp dies, its skills will dissipate quickly. It is not of much use at all. That stall owner looked at Zhu Yenner and wanted to explain, but in the end he did not say anything. Obviously, Diyu was also quite afraid of Zhu Yenner. All right, thank you for the reminder. Boss, you are too unkind. Yi Shiwen looked at that stall owner and said, "This kind of thing depends on your judgment. I did not force you to buy or sell," said that stall owner, a little depressed. How many of his plans had been ruined by this girl? He could have deceived a few rich people, but in the end it was all gone. That's true. How about this? I will buy this dead fish for 500,000 divine source. How about that? Asked Yi Shiwen. That stall owner looked at Yi Shiwen, dumbfounded. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to say this. He knew that it was a dead fish, but he still dared to buy it. 500,000 is too little. The stall owner said unwillingly, "Apart from me, who else is willing to buy this dead fish?" Yi Shiwen said calmly. That stall owner was helpless. He was about to cry his eyes out. It seemed like he was right. Zhu Yenner had her eyes on him. It would not be easy to pretend to be a live fish and sell it. And apart from this seemingly stupid person, no one else would buy a dead, golden-backed dragon carp. Hey, didn't you hear what I said just now? This is a dead fish, and you still want to buy it? Zhu Yenner suddenly said. She did not understand and was even a little unhappy. If he still wanted to buy it, then all her efforts would have been in vain. It was really infuriating. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. They did not know what to say. Is this person stupid? Forget about being cheated previously. Now that he knows that it is a dead fish, he still wants to buy it. Of course, a dead, golden-backed dragon carp could not possibly be worthless. Not to mention 5 million divine source. Even 500,000 divine source was a little difficult. If this was a living golden-backed dragon carp from its age, 50 million divine source would be worth it. Not only Zhu Yenner, but everyone else was also a little dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe that Yi Shiwen still wanted to buy it for 500,000 divine source. I heard it, but it is still useful. Yi Shiwen said with a laugh. Since he had already said so, Zhu Yenner had no other choice. The middle-aged stall owner looked at Zhu Yenner provocatively. Although he was afraid of her identity and didn't dare to do anything, he still wanted to vent his anger. This Dharma artifact is for you too. The stall owner seemed to want to buy one and get one free. He even gave Yi Shiwen this fish tank Dharma artifact. This fish tank was exquisitely made, but it actually did not cost much divine source. All right then. Yi Shiwen was secretly happy. He gave 500,000 divine source to the stall owner and successfully kept the golden-backed dragon carp. Zhu Yenner, who was at the side, was so angry that she jumped. However, there was no other way. One party was willing to buy, and the other party was willing to sell. She could not interfere. I did not expect to have such a huge harvest today. Yi Shiwen could not help but smile. He was no longer as calm as he was just now. That stall owner seemed to have realized something. Could it be that he had miscalculated something? This fellow did not look like a fool who had so much divine source that he did not know where to spend it. 500,000 divine source to buy a dead fish was indeed a loss. He faintly felt that something was wrong. However, what was done could not be undone. He did not say anything. Moreover, he felt that he had made a profit from the bottom of his heart. Don't sell that golden-backed dragon carp. Suddenly, another loud shout came from afar. A fierce tiger with golden patterns all over its body and a pair of sharp horns on its head descended from the sky. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. This fierce tiger was an unusual species among the tiger species. It was also a very powerful species, the golden-striped horned tiger. It was said that this species was very powerful. Before they became gods, they dared to challenge the gods. They were very terrifying. What exactly is going on? That stall owner looked at the golden-striped horned tiger and could not help but feel a little strange. I'm sorry, sir. That golden-back dragon carp has been sold. He seemed to be very afraid of that fierce tiger. His tone was also very respectful, and he addressed that person as sir. What? Sold it? No way. My young master needs that golden-back dragon carp to break through. The fierce tiger instantly glared at him and said with dignity, Who did he sell it to? I will get it back. Sir, the golden-back dragon carp was sold to him. That stall owner sold Yi Shiwen without any integrity. However, why does your young master need a dead, golden-back dragon carp to break through? Some of the surrounding people also knew about the origin of this golden-striped horned tiger. They knew who the young master was. They were also a little stunned. What kind of person was that? He could not have anything he wanted. Everyone knew that the golden-back dragon carp could increase one's cultivation. However, a dead golden-back dragon carp could not increase one's cultivation. Why did he want a dead golden-back dragon carp? Idiot, that golden-back dragon carp is not dead. It has entered a state of hibernation. Our young master said that the golden-back dragon carp has entered the most critical stage. After this hibernation, it will be able to advance further and become a golden-back dragon carp king. What do you know? The golden-striped horned tiger glared and growled in a low voice. He did not care at all about revealing the golden-back dragon carp in front of everyone. Would anyone dare to compete with him? What? That golden-back dragon carp is actually hibernating and evolving. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. A golden-back dragon carp of this age was already a very rare divine material. If this golden-back dragon carp could evolve into the legendary golden-back dragon carp king, its value would increase exponentially. The golden-back dragon carp king was the king of golden-back dragon carps. Golden-back dragon carps were very rare, but there might not even be one in 10,000 golden-back dragon carp king that could evolve into a golden-back dragon carp king. That was the most supreme divine material. Even kings would be tempted when they saw it, not to mention Eternal Realm and Sage Realm cultivators. They would go crazy for it. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Shiwen. How could they not understand that Yi Shiwen was not the kind of idiot that everyone thought he was? He was a fool who had been fooled. He had clearly seen that the so-called dead golden-back dragon carp was on the verge of evolution. It was only hibernating and evolving. Everyone was almost fooled by him. They really thought that he was honest and easy to fool. I thought you were very honest. I didn't expect you to be such a cunning guy. Zhu Yan could not help but say. She had spoken up for him just now. She did not expect that he had already planned everything. No wonder he had to buy a dead fish back, no matter how he raised it. Oh, I've been seen through. This is a bit troublesome. Yi Shiwen said plainly.